baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But not a brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a pure.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby?
42. Once the pandemic-era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title VIII. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot, and it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense, but nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion, we probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering, I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself. ISO Dama.
Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many. Hey, it's too many. Yo, it's too many. Yo, it's too many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. Young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm chucking the deuce. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't shit left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies.
my every move. Tell them keep fine. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood. That just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all, I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took?
Yeah, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many lies, hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many,
It's too many lies, hey. Yeah.
Hey, y'all. Yeah, I've been off for a few days. I took a little break. Oh, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Oh, yeah. Shout out to everybody watching. Smash that like button. We're going to get it in today. Got my little rest. Got my little rest. Smash the like button, y'all, please. So, how's everybody doing? Hey, y'all, don't be shy. Y'all need to stop being shy. For real. For real, for real. Come on now. Hey, Lady Moon. Hey, George. Y'all need to stop being shy. Straight up. For real, for real. Hey, Jeremy. Stop being shy. You can talk in the chat. Nobody's going to harm you. Really. I mean, I know this community, you know, YouTube is rough. And I know the community is a little different from Twitter. To all my politician little buddies out there, because I see some of y'all, and I'm streaming to Facebook today too. So I'm streaming to all three platforms. I'm still learning how to work TikTok. I don't know how to work TikTok, and I don't know how to work Instagram, but I do have both of those platforms. But I don't know how to work it all the way yet. So I'm not streaming to them. Damn, it's 530. I knew it would do it today because I streamed to YouTube, to Twitter, and to Facebook today. So smash the like button, y'all. Whatever you do, I really need you to smash the like button for me. So I want to get into a couple of things today. And the pan boo-boos, what the problem that I see personally with the pan boo-boos is that they're failing, and their tactics that they learned in college everywhere seems to be failing them. Because I mean, I'm looking at their platforms. Nobody's really watching them. I'm serious. I mean, if you got nobody's really watching them, and I'm like, well, you know, it is what it is. You know, you can't make this shit up. So my thing is this: we're winning. Obviously, we're winning because number one, they can't stay out our chat rooms. They can't stay. I mean, QueBudda, for example, dumb niggas over there be up all night, 24/7, talking about Aboriginals, American Indians, all day. And the conscious community gets, I don't know. But I'm like, you got to be some kind of losing. You know, I don't know if they're daishikis or I don't know if they're daishikis or shribbling up. I don't know what the case could be in this instance. Y'all, please smash the like button. Please smash the like button. I really need y'all and Twitter and, you know, to please hit the like button. I really need the help. Okay. I mean, I know you're watching, but I need y'all to really hit the like button for me. Okay. I love y'all. I really appreciate it. Even if you don't like the channel, still hit the like button. I think they're daishikis. How the hell we gonna have 1,000 people watching and only a few in the chat? Y'all, listen to my politicians. I know that you've witnessed some rough behavior in YouTube, but you don't have to show your face in the chat. You could put up a different avatar. You don't have to use the same avatar that you use in Twitter and Facebook. You could put up a different picture, and you could communicate in my chat room. I'm not going to block anybody, as long as you don't say anything mean to me. I don't have a problem at all. And especially if you want to express your opinion, you are able to do that in this chat room, as long as you don't, use the vulgar language. I don't care. This is keeping it real. Whether you're my colleagues, my coworkers, you know, from any state, anybody from the Democratic or Republican Party that's out watching, because I know all y'all are. The majority of y'all done came on over here. And I want you to respond in my chat room. I do. I want you to communicate in my chat room. Don't be afraid. No one's going to harm you here. Okay. No one's going to know where you live, what state you're from. No one's going to know anything about you unless you put your personal business in the chat room, which I highly not recommend. And I know oftentimes it gets threatening in our environment because of the behaviors of some of our people. And I know it feels threatening a lot of times. But I I truly try to deal with the community that I'm from, and it's a lot of different eras in here. Yeah, it's a lot of different eras in here. You have Generation Z, Y, Z, X, Boomers, you know, and it's a lot of different. So you're going to get different types of behaviors. Now, for the most part, a lot of these folks is in my era. And hey, Derek, a lot of these folks are in my era, Generation X, and you can't tell Generation X from Generation Z or Alpha because of the different types of bad behaviors. But I let it go because everybody has different dynamics in their past lives. So smash the like button, please, and let's keep it going. Oh, so okay, so some of y'all did hit it. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yes, so back to QueBudda's channel. I mean, them dudes be up 24/7. And at this point, it's like dead over there. Very dead. And I don't know what their goal is, but once here's what they need to know about us Indians. I'm calling them, I identify as American Indian. Okay. I know I'm from this soil. And we're gonna get in a little bit of that today. Hey, Sharice, Big Chief Noble. How you doing, sweetheart? Derek Smith. Hey, Derek. Chief Crazy Overstanding. Bad saying, hey, Lady Moon. And I thought I seen Sharice the real. Yep. Hey, Sharice. She said, no, I'm going to put the link in the chat so y'all sisters can come up. I really enjoyed y'all the other day. And I know, lady, you at work. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, y'all. Smash the like. Hey, John. So I'm going to get into it. Yeah, I got on my wild Indian hat. I love this hat. I swear. Wild Indians. Y'all know who gave me this hat? Hood Doom. Hood nigga Doom. Light man. That's who gave me this hat. So I'll every so often wear my wild Indian hat. I really love it. When I wear it, Mookie watches it and says that I look so much like her. And I'm like, no, you look so much like me. I don't look so much like you. But my daughter does. She looks like a very thin version of me. But yeah, so she laughs because she said, I can see how I look now. So anyway, I think I don't know what the Pan-Africans' goals are, but here's the problem that I know for a fact what they're facing. Okay, and that's the Pan-Africans and the folks from the conscious community. All right. One thing about us as American Indians, right? Across these 50 states, one thing about us, when we start researching our history as a people and we start looking at these reconstructed records and the areas we occupied, back in supposedly Indian slavery days, we lock in with that because we resonate with it. That energy, we feel that energy. And we know that history. Once we start finding our ancestors, we begin to be able to apply the history over here to our ancestors, because it's very clear when you're reading the census sheets and you're reading the marriage certificates and you're understanding where you were before you were removed or forced off. Some of us are still literally on our lands in the South and never left. And that's a fact. So once we start reading our history, whatever we were formerly indoctrinated with, well, I wasn't indoctrinated. Hey, Keith, it leaves. It Once we began searching our genealogy and things of that nature, and I know for a fact that everybody got the same feeling. Now, when I first started out on YouTube 5 years ago now, um, I did buy Dane's book and I followed his instructions. That's how I became a genealogist. I took this course online and I got a certificate for doing, genealogy. So I used that certificate, and I always made sure that I do things for myself first before I go out and try and doing it for somebody else. This is why I, get such good, recommendations for genealogy, helping people. But anyway, now what we do know we have in common across these states, no matter what state we're living in, all of our granny and grandpas spoke about Indian. Seriously. All of our grannies and grandpas and mamas and daddies, they mentioned Indian. Okay? Us being that. And we do know the horror stories that our fourth and fifth generation grannies and grandpas went through if they mentioned or said or try to identify as to who they truly were. We all got that story. Everybody knows that there was a threat. Now, they didn't say the threat came from white people. It couldn't have been, because it was the chiefs that were in power. And this is who was threatening us. Really, including forcing us off our lands if we fought on the Union side of the Civil War. Now, every day, and thinking back of when I first came into YouTube, I'm and examining and understanding the different behaviors in the North and the South of the 50 states. I understand why our ancestors, some of our ancestors in the South, a lot of them, fought on the side of the Union. Like, our families were in the Confederate States in the South, and a lot of them fought on the side and joined the Union. So now, but every day for 5 years, I'm learning just based on the behaviors of this North and the South and the Midwest and things. It's clear why many of our family members joined the Union. For the life of me, I mean, I can't say, and then again, I can say, is today's times with our people worse than they were at the time of the Civil War? were our behaviors any different? Now, I probably would have to say yes, because all the killings that are going on in our own individual communities. So I have to say, now I didn't live in the time of the Civil War, but we do hear the stories of how brutal it was, the murders, and I mean, you just can't imagine, states fighting against each other. So with today's behaviors of us doing this to each other just for drug territory, back then it was our territories, period, that we lived in. But today it's murders over drug territory, murders over women, setting men up to be assassinated, all kinds of stuff. So I have to say, geez, if there was never if there wasn't a civil war back then, okay, back in 1861, let's just say if there was no civil war in 1861, but there was a civil war and 2000, when 9/11, 2001, let's say that was the Civil War. Do you know that I would have joined the Union? I would have, because now I'm thinking, I'm like, geez, what if the Civil War was not in 1861 and the Civil War was today? I'd join the Union because I see the killings in our communities, and these are things that I would want to stop. If that Civil War broke out today, right, and the South said, I want to keep things the way they are right now, the murders, the killing, the crime, the extensive imprisonment of Indians from the hoods, the unequal justice system applied to the Negro Indians across the states. If the South was saying that, I would, and I was living in the South, I would be joining the Union to say, oh, hell no, I don't want that life to go. I really would. Now, if the Republicans were to say, I want to stop this stuff, it's not fair. There's a race of people that's just been terribly, the justice system has been horrible to these men. This is why they stay on the street selling drugs and trying to make money to take care of themselves, because they're rejected, with felonies and criminal backgrounds. So they're not able to get jobs because of our policies, even when they're released from prisons. I feel that if a drug dealer, or if someone's been in jail for selling drugs, stealing cars, domestic violent fights, I think that once they do their time as a Republican, I want their records expunged because they were selling drugs. This person hasn't been convicted of killing anyone. He was just a horrible person keeping his community down by feeding them with drugs. If they did their time, I want their records expunged the minute before they even leave the prison. On the date that they leave the prison is the date that their records, whether federal or state, should be expunged, which will allow them opportunity to get jobs. Now, if the Republican was talking that way, I'd be on the Confederate side, because you're looking out for the interests of the people of this land. So that's, these are the choices we have to make and the decisions as adults that we need to make. So right now, if the Democrats are saying, no, keep shit the way they is, let them niggas keep their records. We need to keep a track of them for selling drugs and blah, blah, blah. Oh, hell no. I'm not joining the Union. For real. For real, for real. So today, I want shit to be fixed right. So I have to make a determination. Now, how about neither one of them don't do it? Ain't doing it. I like to see more of our brothers in office to make laws to happen in this manner. This is why I'm pushing for our people, men and women, to take those political positions, senators, representatives, um, um, local towns, these positions. We need to appoint commissioners that are on the pardon board role. And those people should be people, a mixture of people that had criminal backgrounds or have loved ones with criminal backgrounds that they know that loved one is really trying to make a better life, but the odds are so against them that they're reverted to selling weed to make ends meet. We need them kind of politicians, and that's over the Department of Board of Parole and on these committees. Seriously, I'm tired of seeing predominantly white men and women interviewing our sons in every goddamn body to be pardoned from the board and records getting expunged. We need a mixture. I'm serious. I'm tired of the dominance of one people because, number one, white people and Indians, aka like me, we come from different environments. So I don't need no foreigner, judging my environment. I need somebody on that goddamn board that understands his own environment and can make these motherfuckers wake up and smell the coffee when making decisions. Seriously. I'm serious. Shit got to be fixed. So this is why I say it's so important for people, our people. Now you have people in this islands, like Jamaica and stuff, that are filling these positions, but they're not out for our best interest. We can't have people that's going to be Uncle Tom ass kissers just to keep their pockets stuffed. We know our people. We know our bloodlines. Even if we didn't come out the same mama and daddy. We know our bloodlines. We Indians, we know our bloodlines. Our energies automatically connect. It does. And I'm keeping it very real. Like, if I was to walk down the street in New York, I know I'm from the North, but I'm from the constitutional state, Connecticut. But if I bust up in New York and be walking around and I see 50 Cent, automatically there's a connection. I know my bloodline. Not to say he's my biological brother, but I know an Indian when I see one. If I see LL Cool J, I know that's that Indian bloodline from here, from this soil. We all, if you from this soil, if you're from literally from this soil, you are going to automatically connect with every seed that came from this soil. Guess what? You know the alien seed from this soil. You do. You automatically, hey, straight smoke, you automatically know the soil that's not, you know the seed that's not from this soil. You know it. Their energy lets you know that they're from an alienated environment. And when I say alienated environment, I mean another damn country. Especially if it's a person that look like you, automatically your vibe knows that that's an alienated seed. It's not from this soil. For real. And I get that from foreigners that look like me. I already know. They don't even got to have an accent. And I already know it's the energy. It's being a seed of this soil versus not being a seed of this North American landmass soil. And that's a fact. And what I want to get into is I want to get into how and I have a couple of slides, how, the colonizers, the colonial, they all stayed on cue, and they all did the same thing. The colonial descendants. It's true. It's true. Especially now, we know Canada is North America, correct? Give me a 1 if you know that. If you know Canada is North America, give me 1. You got to know that. Thank you, Captain Crunch. DJ, hey, DJ. Juice, Straight Smoke. Hey, y'all. T. Cortez. All right. So, that being said, let me tell you something. You know Canada is air quotes. Give me a 2 if you know Canada is where them damn air quotes ass at they asses at. Air quotes Confederacy. You got to know that. Give me a 2 if you know that. Hi, Alton. Yo, smash that like button. Give me a 2. You got to know that's where air quotes. Canada, from Canada all the way. All right. All right. That's what I need to know. Because now we're going to get into a couple of slides. We're going to talk, and you're going to learn this air quote shit. You're going to learn. It might not be down here in North, but exactly what was done to the Indians further up north, it was exactly done here. You know, I tell you, these folks were sloppy when they kept their work. But let's get into these slides, because I want y'all to really vibe with me here. So let me go. I'm going to start from the beginning. All right. All right. So I got to do a share screen. All right. Good job. So, let me get this down. You already know to smash the like button. Let me see. All right. All right. So, colonials resulted, derived from here in the North. And that's a fact. The little 13 plantations starting up in Mass, all up there, Vermont, man, they was all up in there, right? So let's go. And they was on code. So if they're on code way up there, hey, Rodney, hey, Kahi, if they're on code up there in Canada, where you think we are? We right here. Same shit. All this air quash. Boom. From way up there, Canada, all the way to what? New York, New Jersey, all that. Air quash. And the shit that they did. So now we're going to read it, because just because they don't have the shit here. They have the shit here on record, but they try to hide it for you. But you didn't hide it really, because Canada is where the treasure is too. So let's go get an understanding. All right. So you'll know. Now, the Indian Act, Canada, 1876. 1876, Canada. The Indian Act pertains to people with Indian status. It does not directly reference non-status First Nations people, the Metis or Inuit. First introduced in 1876, the Act subsumed a number of colonial laws that aimed to eliminate First Nations culture in favor of assimilation into Euro-Canadian society. Now, if you literally read that, Euro-Canadian society, what society is it when you reach Mass in Connecticut and shit? What society is it? What society is it? Here, when you reach here in Connecticut and Maine and all that, and Rhode Island and all that, it's all the 50 states starting from up in Maine. It's called mainstream white society once you hit down this way, coming down from up north. Give me a 1 if you understand that. Mainstream white society. And Canada is Euro-Canadian society because they're Europeans and it's their society, and we're speaking about assimilation. All right. Thanks. When I hear 1, at least I know people writing. Now, listen, y'all. One of the most maligned pieces of legislation in Canadian history turns 140 years old this week. But few First Nations are celebrating, Chief says. First passage in 1876, the Indian Act received royal assent on April 12, 1876, under a liberal government headed by Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie. The Indian Act, an act representing Indians, is the primary legislation used by the federal government to administer everything from laws to membership and elections in First Nation communities. It's still in force in the majority of First Nation communities across the country. The Indian Act has been amended over the years, but it still remains an oppressive, racist piece of legislation that continues to inflict irreparable damage upon our peoples, said Ontario Regional Chief Isidore Day. This is Ontario Regional Chief Isidore Day says the Indian Act created poverty and despair for First Nations. Now, I work in my life with people that look exactly like this man. But the only difference is they won't come out and tell you that they're Indian, but they damn sure tell you they're Canadian. Listen, y'all. The person that sits next to you, they'll tell you that they're Canadian, but they could be an Indian. That could be like that have more of their European features. Now we talking in Canada, but they'll say, "Oh, I'm Canadian." They have to hide their identity because they know how they'll be treated if they say they Indian. A lot of them, they won't say it. He take that damn hat off. You sitting, you put in down here in Connecticut. He take that damn hat off and he don't never put it on, right? You pull up to auto parts store like Firestone, and this is the damn director or manager. Oh yeah, I'm from Canada. I'm Canadian. You don't know if his ass Indian or he's really Canadian or white because he has more of his white features. So oftentimes we really don't know who the hell we be talking to. You see how this is what, see, our people, we were scorched if we said who we were. But somebody like them, they just say, I'm Canadian. But they ask to be an Indian. I'm telling you, just keep listening, y'all. Give me a minute. When it was first introduced, the Indian Act, of course, many First Nations, listen, replaced their traditional governments with the chief and council system most common today. The act also enforced where First Nation people could and couldn't go in Canada, which led to the end of traditional livelihoods for some and the beginning of dependence on welfare. Yo, listen now. I'm going to read it again. Listen to your life here, Indian. Pushed up your land into the hood. When it was first introduced, many First Nations replaced traditional governments with the chief and council system, most common today. The act also enforced where First Nation people could and couldn't go into Canada, which led to the end of traditional livelihoods for some and the beginning of dependence on welfare. The suicide crisis in Ottawa-Piscot and far too many other ongoing crises across the country are rooted in the poverty and despair that was created by the Indian Act, they said. The act has been amended multiple times, most recently in 2002 with a private member's bill introduced by conservative MP Rob Clark. Those amendments repealed long outdated references to residential schools and removed a reference to restricting certain people on reservations from trade. I thought it would be better for a First Nations person to take this forward and create some substantial change, but also to create some dialogue between government and First Nations, Clark said. Some chiefs, however, feel that the act should be scrapped altogether, replaced with a relationship built on treaties which see First Nations and Canada as partners. Listen again. Some chiefs, however, feel that the act should be scrapped altogether, replaced with a relationship built on treaties which see First Nations and Canada as partners. The head of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs recently announced that he's been given a mandate to do just that. Once the Indian Act is done away with, only then will First Nations have control of our own destiny to become self-sufficient and self-governing, said Grand Chief Derek Nepinak. Nepinak says the issue will be discussed at a meeting in Manitoba in May 2016. So I pulled up older stuff, with more talks taking place in Niagara Falls when the Assembly of First Nations gather for their annual meeting in the summer. Desperate in Ottawa-Piscot, where the First Nation leaders fear for the young, a state of emergency has been declared in the First Nations community of Ottawa-Piscot after 11 people tried to commit suicide in one night. Crisis teams now in Northern Ontario community counseling people affected by suicides. This was back in 2016. Chief Shishish says it's been difficult but he's trying to manage as his community of Attawapiskat near James Bay deals with a surge in suicide attempts. Now, I tell you, you go in your corporate office, you could be a manager of a damn paper company, and this is be the guy. You don't even know he a damn. You know he Canadian, but is he Canadian or is he Indian? Desperation and Ottawa Pasasik, where First Nation leaders fear for the young. Shishish told CBC News that he and other leaders don't want to lose any youth or members of the community. It hasn't been easy to be strong and stay positive because I keep thinking about our young people, he said Monday. The community was expected to hold meetings on suicide prevention and talk about a long-term solution to the problems on Tuesday. Cope said more people, including a traditional healer, another doctor, and a nurse, is arriving in the community. Reserve police are working round the clock, watching to ensure everybody stays safe. Meanwhile, counselors are brainstorming ways to help encourage youth in Attawapiskat. Some of these ideas include developing a drug strategy and hosting more activities for young people. Hukima said a lot of her friends need support. I just tell them that people do care and people do love you. Now, looking at her, I grew up and I went to school with little girls that look like her. I'm keeping it a buck. I'm keeping it a buck. Mental health counselors are brainstorming ways to help encourage youth in Attawapiskat. Some of the ideas include developing a drug strategy and hosting more activities for young people. Now let's keep going. Look at these damn little houses on their reservation. Them shits look like the old shit that used to be in South Carolina. And I'm not even like I'm telling you, some of them old pictures, they really look like that. I'm gonna go find them. Now, y'all know, was it last week or a week before? Remember I told y'all that I was going to draw up some damn declarations of protection for senators and reps who be getting threatened, and we going to be the people going to protect them. They need to fill out the declaration for us so we can protect them. So if you listen to this shit, a Wisconsin Supreme Court justice says, we're going to lose this battle for democracy by a bunch of insurrectionists if public officials don't speak out about the threats we received. I told y'all. A Wisconsin Supreme Court judge said the public must be made aware of harassment faced by officials. Jill Carafee said officials would lose this battle for democracy if the threats were discussed. In recent years, justices of Wisconsin Supreme Court faced threats over their rulings. Listen, this shit been going on for years. A lot of senators and representatives. I'll tell you, the ones that look like us, little punks, they get threatened. And then they be watching to see how they vote and the shit that they throw on the table. This has been going on for years and years and years. But you got to sell out niggas that don't mind doing it. Now, there was something else that I wanted to get into that I was reading. Hang on, you guys. I gotta go back and get it. Because I know I put it on the on this paper. Give me a little break. I want to take a little break. Hang on, y'all. Because I wanted to find something else that I was reading. Because I really, really wanted you to see this. So I'm going to go get it. I'm going to play a little music until I get it up because I had to shut my computer down just before I got ready to go live so we could give the updates. So I'll be right back. I'm still here, you guys. Okay, thank you for your gracious patience. So, hey, y'all hanging in there. So, I want to show you about the enfranchisement, okay? Because whatever happened up in Canada became a duplicate from the states coming down. Canada, Rhode Island, Vermont, Massachusetts, all the way, Connecticut, all the way, all the colonial states, period. And then once they got that shit down pat, then that's when they wanted the southern lands. So now I want you to read what enfranchisement is about. Some of you probably already know, but this is a damn fact. This happened in Canada. All right. Enfranchisement is a legal process for terminating a person's Indian status and conferring. I got to take this down. Damn. Fair use. I got to take this down for a minute. Shoot. All right. Enfranchisement is a legal process for terminating a person's Indian status and conferring full Canadian citizenship. Does that duplicate here in these here states? These here 50 states. Did that happen? Same thing that happened to Canada happened to us. It's just Canada got the real 411. We went through enfranchisement, which is a legal process for terminating a person's Indian status and conferring full Canadian citizenship. So you can say the same fucking thing happened in the U.S. Enfranchisement is a legal process for terminating a person's Indian status and conferring full United States citizenship. Same shit, different place, same colonizers. They're called French. Here, they're called England, Anglo, and us. Same shit. Enfranchisement was a key feature of the Canadian federal government's assimilation policies regarding Aboriginal peoples. Tell me if it does not sound like here. Drop some fire when you hear and understand it to be the same thing here in these 50 states. Enfranchisement was a key feature of the Canadian federal government's assimilation policies regarding Aboriginal peoples. This is why we say and use interchangeably as being Aboriginals and American Indians, because the Aboriginals is from this goddamn soil. Now, voluntary enfranchisement was introduced in the Gradual Civilization Act of 1857 and was based on the assumption that Aboriginal people would be willing to surrender their legal and ancestral identities for the privilege of gaining full Canadian citizenship and assimilation into Canadian society. Now, can you now come on with the French Canadian? That's with the Europeans. Same fucking shit happened down here, and I dare you to tell me I'm lying. Do you Indians, Aboriginals, now have a better and much more clearer understanding of what happened to our ancestors? You should. After I have read that, you certainly should have a better understanding. Individuals or entire bands could enfranchise. Yo. In the case where a man with a family enfranchised, his wife and children would automatically be enfranchised. However, very few Aboriginal people or groups were willing to abandon their cultural and legal identities and anticipated by the colonial authorities. Does that sound the same shit down here? However, very few Aboriginal people or groups were willing to abandon their cultural and legal identities as anticipated by the colonial authorities. Do you understand this shit now over here in North America? Fire, please. Enfranchisement would become legally compulsory with the Indian Act of 1876, which stood until 1961. Over time, Aboriginal people have been enfranchised for serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. So were the Indians, Aboriginals that served in the U.S. Armed Forces. Same shit, different location. Over time, Aboriginal people have been enfranchised for serving in the Canadian Armed Forces, gaining a university education, for leaving reserves for long periods, for instance, for employment, and for Aboriginal women if they married non-Indian men, or if their Indian husbands died or abandoned them. I'm just going to let this sit up here for a minute. And what I'm going to do is put the link in the chat because now I'm ready to dialogue. Thanks for smashing that like button, y'all. I love y'all. So let me put the link in the chat and pin it to the top because I want to dialogue about this because now you should have an even much more clear understanding of we've been on point when we've been lecturing about our history here in the mainland. The same shit happened up in Canada. Oh, that's so sweet. So I'm going to pin this to the top. For real. Because this just, Europeans did it up there and they did it down here as you go down north. They was working every single thing right here. I don't even have to move this from the screen. I'm going to leave it up here so you can feel what happened to your Aboriginal ancestors. And now let me tell you something. When you're using Aboriginal here, oh, y'all not going to like Miss Ophelia today. Y'all just not going to like Miss Ophelia today. Y'all not going to like me today. Oh, Miss Sophia home. Miss Sophia home now. When they're using Aboriginal here, they ain't talking about no goddamn Moors. I'm sorry. There's the link, and I will be right back. If I'm not here, just wait in the back for me, y'all. I'll be here. But just let this resonate in you of what happened in another part of North America, which is Canada. Oh yeah, y'all. I'm back up here. So y'all come y'all butts on up here. Don't be scared. Come on, sisters, because I'm see the sisters in the chat. The Sharice, the realist, girly 72. Y'all come on up here. Brothers too. Hit that damn link. I want the smoke now. Because see, right here with enfranchisement, that's that. Listen. All you got to do is replace Canadian with the United States, and there you have it. That is North America. That is where the Iroquois, from all the way up there, all the way in New York, bring the smoke. Don't be scared. Oh, Miss Sophia, you're home now. Miss, so pass me them there biscuits. Pass me them there biscuits. Come on, bring it. Bring your damn smoke. See, this kind of shit stings. It really stings. People like Shay Sun. And it makes you ask the dumbest ass questions. I'm serious. This nigga asked, where did enfranchisement happen in the United States? First of all, nigga, read with your 1990 ass. Read. I keep telling y'all on 1990 babies to read a damn book and get a dictionary. Up here, enfranchisement. The definitions is here for your dumb ass 1990 ass to read. I know y'all was deprived of education because y'all, half of y'all niggas can't read and comprehend. So y'all was screwed in this public school system. And if you got college education, I would not say that very loud. You would be embarrassing yourself in the school you got the degree or certificate from. If your dumb ass don't know by now that enfranchisement happened the minute we joined the union, your ass need to be on the littlest ass bus in history, and you need to be on there by yourself with a little helmet on. If you don't know that enfranchisement happened in all the goddamn 50 states of this land, you need to get on the little slow bus. And I hope, and you need a little seatbelt, a little hat. Make sure they give you a metal one so you don't bump your head no more. And the little snap thing that snaps from one side to the other so that you don't bang your head on the bus singing we like that little pig on a commercial that be saying we. That's what I think of every time I see your ass. But y'all, the link is pinned to the top. Come on up, y'all. Come on, Straight Smoke, the usuals, and anybody. Come on, y'all. It's killing him because he can't see literally that enfranchisement happened up. It always starts up in Canada first and work its way down, you ding dong. Oh, yeah, y'all. And don't forget, show a sister some love. Actually, you know what? I put our website out there. You can use the PayPal or you can use your card. It don't matter. It's a choice. There's the link. Donate to us, y'all, because I sit back and I research a lot of stuff. And I think that enfranchisement is a very, very important thing that you should put in your dictionary, meaning your brain, what it means, and how Canada actually speaks about the Aboriginals. And I'm glad that Aboriginal is spoken about in our communities because we need to understand Aboriginal, really, and why we use it interchangeably in this community, American Indian, Aboriginal, because it's very important to do so. But I want y'all to read this. Come on, y'all. I'm going to sit up here and wait. I don't know what y'all waiting for, girly. Let me see who else. Anybody, come on up here, y'all. The link is pinned to the top. Baby. I'm don't mean no harm, but I'm talking about really Shay's son because he's 1990s and this burns his little ass every time he comes around. But I let him fool around in the chat room because he's so dumb. Unfortunately, he's so dumb. Hey, Warriors. Hey, DJ. So, um, now I'm showing you this because it happened up in Canada. But if you really read what it is, you begin to understand what it is here in the 50 states. Because this is exactly what happened to our people in the 50 states. Oh, you got a birthday coming up. Thanks for the donation, y'all. I appreciate it. That's so sweet. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wire does too. That's what I start putting in the chat. The Wires, the Wire Nations. So to say we not ever we just well, you know what? That's cool too, James Jack. But right now, we just gonna run with this. I'm comfortable with it. Be all you could be, brother. All I'm saying is don't be scared to come up here. What you scared of? Does this sign scare you? Maybe if I take it down. I'm waiting on y'all. What the hell y'all waiting for? Y'all want me log off? I mean, I got 1,300 up in this bitch. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, okay. That's cool. Oh, I know Bright Mo Daisy. That's who he remind me of when he come in the chat room. We. Hey, Bad Saint, I'll definitely be donating if you take card. I don't drop. Yeah, the Wire Nation website, sweetheart. Right here. www.the Yeah, it takes cards on the Y Nation on our website. You just hit any button that says donate here. You'll see it. So certainly, sister, and I really appreciate it. And technically, Canada is technically North America. Yep, that's right. Northern Territory of the entire landmass of America. You are absolutely right. I see you, bunk chugga lugga lugga. I see you, bunk chugga lugga lugga bunk. You can turn it off. All right, now you got it off. Hey.
Good afternoon, my sister from another mister.
Hey. Hey, Straight Smoke. Hey, Straight Smoke. What's good?
You got it.
No, y'all got it. Go ahead. I've been talking for an hour and 15 minutes. But I really like enfranchisement. So y'all got it. I want to listen to y'all.
I just got two solid questions, really. Because it's the timeline is, what is it, like almost like 27 years between the two or something like that?
You can check it out.
Because this was 1857. The Indian Removal Act was 1830. So about 27 years. So I want to know what or who went up to Canada and gave them the idea to do the same thing that they did here in the Americas.
Well, you know that the Iroquois Confederacy starts from up in Canada all the way across to New York and New Jersey. These are the northern states. The Black Snake, remember?
Right.
And then they got greedy and wanted the southern states. Remember?
Right.
Who do you think was behind it?
Jeez. Enfranchisement.
There it is.
There it is.
By
salute to you, Alabama. How you doing, sir?
Same shit the U.S. promised us. Oh, go ahead, Obama.
Well, I was about to ask you that. I would argue they did not promise us that. I get what you're putting here from the Canadian side of the game, but it's interesting to me about 1857.
Yeah.
So in the midst of the Civil War, which did not expire under what did Malcolm say? The Mason-Dixon line is the Canadian border.
Right.
So until 1860, south of the Mason-Dixon line, there was no intention of enfranchising us whatsoever.
Well,
now the question is what is our citizenship statuses? I get, and I always defer to your legal expertise and insight.
Okay, so the reason why I showed this definition is not to say that The Canadians did this for us. But if you're looking at what really took place in their legalities of enfranchisement, it pretty much happened here. It's almost like it's pretty much a duplicate of what happened here. We just use other terms. So the for instance, the first thing that happened to us, they got rid of our identities.
Right.
They terminated a person's identity status. Let me keep going so I could answer you. All right, that's the first thing. I'm just showing pretty much the comparison of what happened, Alibama.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing being the terminating our Indian status in order to get in the corporation. We could not be Indian, not taxed. That's what they took away from us. Now, the second thing that they did, it was a key feature for us to be in the United States federal government by way of assimilation policies regarding us. And again, our identity taken. And then it was voluntary. It truly was. But it was also forced assimilation as well, as we say it too. Now, another thing that is very duplicative of ours is the Aboriginal people would be willing to surrender their legal and ancestral identities for the privilege.
See, now that's the part I wanted to focus on, if you don't mind.
I am, but let me finish saying what I'm saying. The Aboriginal people would be willing to surrender their legal and ancestral identities for the privilege of gaining full U.S. citizenship and assimilating into mainstream white society. Now, wait a minute. Hold on.
I know you're transferring from Canadian to say the things that you said.
Right,
I got you.
Right. But wait a minute. I'm going to get it for you. Hang on now. Hang on. I'm gonna put that back up. I ain't finishing. Then I'm gonna let you take the mic because you remember this part. Let me see. Where is it? Where's my little? I think this might be it. There we go. Remember where we read down here, and it said, however, if slavery is to be the dominant social political force and racism the dominant popular ideology, what role was there for Indians? And would they want that role? Would they continue their struggle to be free and equal citizens of the United States? Or forge a new identity in the larger Black Atlantic world? Indian, Negro, colored, Black. So that's why I say that there is a similarity. I'm not saying this is exact, but I'm like, well, God damn. So that's another thing as far as the identity. Would we be willing to forge a new identity? Okay. And what else was the other one? The last one. Yeah.
Well, if you want to say over time,
abandon our culture and legal identities. And we did that by taking on Christianity. We did. Correct. We became these Baptists, Methodists. We became now we freaking Muslims and all this other stuff. We had truly abandoned our culture and legal identities. We literally had legal identities as anticipated by the colonial authorities. So
do you have your blacks or Bouviers or both? I guess
I'm still not finished, my dear. And the last thing, Aboriginal people have been enfranchised for serving in
the armed forces.
The Canadian forces. Now we'll say the U.S. forces. Did our asses not join the Union? Did we?
Yeah.
All right. Were we not promised beautiful public education? All right.
Now, which one are you talking about? The K through 12 or the HBCUs?
All of it's just like spectacular education, which is why we have such educated people in the chat room like Shay's son.
Okay, and the last
All
point
right.
you're saying, leaving
And
the reserves or the reservation.
there you go. And that's all I'm doing is comparing what happened to them as to what we went through. And I'm seeing the same. But you got it. And that have we reached that goal? Hell no, because we still singing old Neagle spirituals. But you got it.
Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. On Monday we'll be asleep again. Do you have Bouvier's or Black's law on what is the legal definition of enfranchisement? Now, I understand from your slide here, you're saying that it is a legal process for terminating a person's Indian status and conferring
Well, that's
full
in
Canadian
Canada. That's what it
citizenship.
means in Canada. That's the
Right.
legal word for Canada. And I didn't say the U.S. states. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to
No,
get you to understand.
no, I got that. No, I got that. What I'm saying, and as a matter of fact, I agree with you 100% on your perspective of making a comparative analysis. But what I'm asking is what is enfranchisement actually stated to be legally, particularly obviously to our situation and to the United States? But the point there with 1857, like I said, this supposed Gradual Civilization Act of 1857.
It's saying that in Black Star Dictionary, it's here it is. Enfranchisement of Black's Law. It's saying the conversion of copyhold, intro, freehold, tenure by conveyance of enfranchisement. Oh, wait a minute. Or by release from the Lord of all seigneurial rights, which destroys the customary descent. Okay, so in Black's Law, it's saying, oh, that's copyhold though. That's not what we want. Hopefully this will give it. And
I have it, Sister Bethy.
You got it?
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right, sweetie. Go ahead and do a share screen. I'll give it to you. Let me
right.
take this down. I got a Black's Law dictionary, but not online in my hand.
That's the Black Law dictionary.
You can read it. I done read enough.
Yes, ma'am. Enfranchisement definition and legal meaning. Definition and citations: the act of making free, giving a franchise or freedom to, investiture with privileges or capacities of freedom, or municipal or political liberty, admission to the freedom of a city, admission to political rights, and particularly the right of suffrage. Anciently, the acquisition of freedom by a villain from his lord. The word is now used principally either of the manuism of slaves.
Hold it right there. Straight smoke.
Yes, sir.
Underscore manumission.
Yes,
we
sir.
know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Of giving to a borough or other constituency a right to return a member or members to parliament, or the conversion of copyhold into freehold, Mosley and Whitley.
Now, what is your understanding of that copyhold that they're referring to there, Queen Mother? Because you were saying that earlier when you read what is copyhold?
I didn't read it all, but you go ahead. You got it.
No, I'm just saying, what does that mean? Copyhold.
I don't know. I do not. I don't know, but you can give it. You got the floor.
No, the only reason why I wanted to bring the definition of enfranchisement is for people to understand what that's supposed to mean in context. Now, if you bring back that part that you showed from Canada, the things that are intriguing to me is what would you say would be the differentiation? Now, we would be speculating here, but in 1857, this is in the middle of the Civil War of the United States. Do you think the so-called melanated or Negroid Aboriginal was told that they were an African? Or what were they told as part of their enfranchisement, voluntarily giving up what is their Aboriginal ancestry, etc., to be made full Canadian citizens. And I would argue here about under our Naturalization Act, we know there are no American citizenship status. There are free white persons, and then there are those of African descent. Those are the two categories of citizenship in the United States.
Well, I have to disagree because that is not true. Because number one, where we stayed when we didn't want to go to Oklahoma, we just automatically became citizens. And just because we automatically became citizens did not make us Africans. Number two, the Reconstruction records, all right, put B's. How are you going to make, first of all, here's my question to this. If records were destroyed from 1666 to 1820, how the fuck are you going to have a census with our ancestors on them when the records were destroyed? So what they did was made Reconstruction records. Let me stop you for a minute and take you there. So citizens, they made us be on the census sheet. They went by the color of our skin. So if you look here, the Census Reconstruction records from 1660 to 1820. There are 1,800 census sheets, right? When we were not citizens. So how the hell are you going to enumerate us in 1880? I mean, in 1800. You can't. The Indian Removal Act didn't even take place. So you made up a record and you forgot not to enumerate us on census sheets. That's the biggest mistake they did, was come out with the 1800 census, 1810 census, and 1820 census. You forgot not to enumerate the Indians, but you did. You put them as B, as though they've been there, and we were not. We were living our own towns before they were taken over as Indians. So y'all got it.
So from 1820, as you're suggesting there, which I still would quarrel over whether or not those censuses even going forward from 1820 to 1870, under the Naturalization Act of 1870, the only updated version of the original 1790 Naturalization Act states very, very clearly that the only citizen is a free white person or those of African nativity, which argues the person was actually born on the African continent. And I'm still questioning what proof does a person have of being of African descent. Now, that's what's stated in the Naturalization Act. Now, I agree with what you're observing here about whether they're categorizing us as such, and that's part of the identity theft.
Well, I find that very funny and funky because Liberia wasn't founded until 1822. So that's, again, big old fuck up. It was not founded until 1822. So
you're saying with Liberia, but
we were here. So what part of Africa did we come from? And you got these clowns like Shay Sean, not a coincidence, saying that, we were in Liberia and all this shit. I'm like, wait a minute. We were here. We have fake reconstructed records stating we were here in 1800, 1810, 1820. When how is that possible if we were there when the shit wasn't in Liberia, when it wasn't established until 1822? I shit you not. Hang on. Shay Sean, you're not coming on my panel, bro. No Pan-African.
In regards to Sierra Leone, they were organizing it in 1787.
Liberia was founded in 1822.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done. So now,
but what group are they claiming there?
Wait a minute. You're saying we came from this damn place, all right, in 1822. Okay. Now you got made up Reconstruction records of our people. How the hell are you going to have made up Reconstruction and we came from Africa? And this is where they're saying that we came from these areas over here. And that shit wasn't founded until 1822 from supposedly Africans and a white guy from here. So those niggas that went over there, perhaps they could have been Africans that left the 50 states or the United States from Jamaica and went over clearly to Liberia, because Jamaica is where they have all the Africans, and a lot of them did go over to Liberia.
But what about the mainland Americans that were the leadership? Because only even today. Okay, if you're suggesting
the
that
white guy went over there to found that.
Yeah, amongst Americans, you know what I mean when I say Americans, that in their laws, even today, think Sierra Leone and Liberia, you must have American lineage to be able to run for office, including the president of the country, because that's an American colony.
Correct.
That's why it was called the American Colonization Society.
Yep.
And even in the case of Sierra Leone, they were organized in 1787, the same year as the Northwest Ordinance. That doesn't sound like, it's certainly not a coincidence, pun intended, that they were trying to see how to deport or to remove us even before the actual Indian Removal Act 50 years later, while looking at Northwest Territory expansionism. At the same time, authoring the so-called Organic Constitution.
Well,
I don't know how you want to put that together in the timeline, but
well, I don't really have to put it in the timeline. It says it right here, where there had been several proposals for the removal of Indians from America over the years, but the founding of the American Colonization Society in 1816 brought the issue to increased national attention. The new movement, with the support of major political figures, struck all the right chords in white America: removal of unwanted blacks from their homeland. Okay, from their own land, the spread of Christianity to the dark pagan world, and the development of an Indian economy free of slave trade. But the niggas, okay, these Indians saw through the sham quickly that colonization under white control will remove the free Indians and make slavery more secure. I'm done. I'm not gonna keep playing and pussyfooting around this, but it's over. It's over. You can't make this shit up, man. Yeah, I don't care how you try to switch it, but I'm not gonna keep giving up cookies for people to go and try to correct, because you can't. I already got the records, so y'all could just kiss my grits and keep it moving. But the same shit that went down in Canada, you better believe it went down here too, and that's a fact. The same shit. We joined their fucking union and boom, we became citizens because we fought. The same shit happened up there, happened down here.
And what's more even stunning about it, Sister Bethy, I did what Ali Bamu had asked. I put it in on the share screen, but that is the definition of a copy hold. That is a definition of a copy hold. And I want everybody to really let this sink in. A species of estate at will or customary estate in England, the only visible title to which consists of the copies of the court rolls, which are made out by the steward of the manor, on a tenant being admitted to any parcel of land.
now, if I understand what you're describing there, first of all, you see it's a will being referenced. And this copy hold is from the court stating whether or not you have access to land or just to the parcel and the tenement, which is the building, right?
What I'm trying to tell you, if you wasn't recorded by them, you were not recorded by them, and you have no standing. You have to be recorded by them to have standing, to have a legal standing.
So let's circle back to what she showed from the Canadian version of enfranchisement. What's your take on that?
It's the same thing. Why do you think you have the census rolls here, but up there they had a different thing? But it was the same premise. It was the same thing. It was just done in a whole different, landmass. Well, not landmass, a whole another in Canada instead of the U.S. It's the same thing. If you wasn't, as we would say here, if you wasn't enumerated,
therefore not under anyone's purview.
Exactly.
Cannot be defined or described.
Correct.
However, those who voluntarily get involved with the devil now are taking up his brand, kind of like cattle, horse, cows, right? So you have now been branded a citizen. And one of those designations is Negro, colored, and now eventually to be black, compared to someone who's not black. But they specifically state the citizen is a free white person, right?
Okay, I get what you're saying with that, but what I'm looking at is just what Sister Bethy said. The comparisons are stunning.
No, I'm good. Let's break that down. Could you put that back up on the screen?
This burns people a little light. It dims their little fucking light. But y'all got it.
Yo, would you put the Canadian version back again? Can we kind of step through that, if you will, Straight Smoke?
I don't have that one.
No, I'm saying if Bethy would put that, if she would put that back up on screen.
Put what back on screen?
The Canadian enfranchisement that we jumped off from this. Because I'm in agreement with what's being stated, Straight, but I wanted us to maybe work at what was similar and what is varied or differing for the American. And you know what I mean when I say American. Because I'm suggesting these people are Canadian. Well, it says they're in their document.
Can you point out what's different? What's so different? Because to me, it looks like an exact duplicate. So let's get to what you feel that's different.
Okay, just on the statement, it says enfranchisement was a key feature of the Canadian federal government's assimilation policies regarding Aboriginal peoples. Okay, first they acknowledge that those people are Aboriginal. We are not being treated as such when people keep trying to suggest we're slaves, regardless of whether they're of African origin. So
there
that's
was
a
war here. So are you saying that there wasn't a war and that Indians are not prisoners of war here on down here?
If I may, because I'm not in disagreement with what you're asking.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm pointing out that.
Can you answer that question? Are the Indians here on the mainland within the United States considered prisoners of war to this date?
By who?
They have.
When you ask such a question, who is considering
by this government? By this government, do you have your ancestors? All right, let me ask you this question, sir.
Okay.
Do you, being a boomer, have any of your original ancestors' original land right now living on it?
I can't answer that completely because I don't know all my relatives and all the land.
Okay, no.
But as far as in my specific situation,
you and the individual, as an individual, do you have the original acres of land that your ancestors owned? Because
yes and no. Yes and no. It's not an either or. In addition, I have a unique situation with my grandparents and my parents. But here's what I'm stating about the Aboriginal. I'm talking about the Aboriginal statement.
No, we're not going to move from where you wanted to go because I didn't ask you about your grandmother and grandfather. I'm asking you, the individual named Ali Bamu, do you have your land that you're supposed to have right now, today?
No.
okay, then you indeed are currently a prisoner of war. You have no power in the land and the soil that you originated from. You are an aboriginal. You are a prisoner of war. You have no power.
I'm not going to subscribe to that.
And
I
neither do
understand
I.
your
Neither
statement.
do I.
I
I ain't got
understand your
shit.
statement. Hold
I
on,
don't got
hold on,
shit that my ancestors
hold.
have.
Queen
I'm
Mother,
just saying, I'm
I'm
keeping it
not trying
real.
to trigger you. I'm trying to deal
You
with
are
just
triggering me
no. But
because you're
listen,
coming out with this
could you listen
bull.
to what I'm asking you, please?
All right,
Could
go
you
ahead. You got
could
it.
you please?
I'm a mute. You got it.
I'm dealing with what is stated on the screen, alleging what is enfranchisement. The first thing that is acknowledged by the Canadian government is that they are dealing with Aboriginal people. Do
Correct.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
That is not how our ancestors were being dealt with, even though they were that.
They
First
wasn't
and
even tagged
foremost, well, but we got to keep this in the same timeline. This particular act is in 1857. We
that. Right.
already have almost 3 decades of us being removed under the authority of, well, using the word loosely, of the authority of the Indian Removal Act, which has already been ruled by the Supreme Court to be unconstitutional, right? We also have their intentions of calling us Indian and not regarding us as Aboriginals. They are regarding us as savages or those who have volunteered in some quote unquote relationship, political relationship, let's say, subjugation, I would argue. They are agreeing to be subjects to this colonial government. Even though they are states now, I still believe them to be a colonial governing body. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Straight smoke.
Yeah. That's
So they are not regarding us as the Aboriginal people. They are even arguing that they have exterminated us while still dealing with removing us. Then, in the removal process over those 3 decades, we're being transitioned by 1860 and the supposed end of the Civil War. How does this Native American imposter evolve while the American Indian is being told that they're a Negro or an alleged African slave? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to point out what the differences are in deciding we're quote unquote enfranchised with citizenship. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I got what you're saying. So let's go about it like this. From what you already previously know about the Indian Removal Act of 1830 versus what Sister Bethy has pulled up in the Gradual Civilization Act of 1857 of Canada. Do you see any differences other than wordplay with regarding to what do you want to call that?
No, let's just use the word assimilation because that's what's in there.
Hold on. Let me say this. Do you see any differences between the 1830 and 1857 in Canada and how not we're gonna get past of how they identify people because these are still someone else that came to this land. We're gonna get past that. Do you see any difference in what they did between the two? That's the general question.
Well, the difference, that's what I was pointing out. The two key differences, regardless of referring to them as Aboriginals, is the physical removal off of what they know to be their homeland. Because I don't necessarily see this here, but I'm sure that they had some form of reservations, if you will. And then, well, is this voluntarily, or what is the process of the ancestral identities being removed? Because at least it's stated here, Aboriginal people would be willing to surrender their legal and ancestral identities for the privilege of gaining full Canadian citizenship. Now, the assimilation part, I don't know how to address that because using the comparison of us, we've never been assimilated. We might think we are. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, just right there. I see where you're going with this.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is straight up bullshit. It is a lot of redirect bullshit. There is no fucking way that I know I can read and comprehend, and I know what happened to our people, and this is exactly what happened. Did I not just read to you the other day? Matter of fact, let me pull it up.
And this is a playbook.
Yeah,
I'm not disagreeing with the agenda of what
you
they.
are disagreeing.
No,
Because
I'm not.
right.
No.
You
I am pointing out. No, you
Okay.
asked me a question. May I answer the question that you asked?
I kept my mic muted while you talked. Okay, so the ball game's a little different here. So I'm gonna ask you to mute so I can talk now. I purposely kept my mic muted and not said a word. Could you give me that much respect, sir? I appreciate it. So now I just read to everyone the other day where it clearly, and I'm turning my camera on for this shit because I'm not fucking playing nowhere. I read the other day where it stated in reference to the Indian Removal Act, where it clearly said that those that left, they went on, and those that wished to remain will become citizens of the states wherever the fuck they at. Did I not read that?
Yeah.
So now that shit is whether you want to be or not, because guess what? They taxed your ass. And then they made up the damn records and gave you B as an identity. That's where your identity was taken. Right there. Now I'm gonna go back. And I'm standing on this shit. I don't care how you're trying to slice it or how you're trying to put it, Ali Buma, but what you're saying makes no sense. I mean, you literally went on here and pussy picked out some bullshit that don't make no sense. Aboriginals, enfranchisement was a key feature. I'm just going to put United States in this shit now. Enfranchisement is the legal process for terminating a person's Indian status and conferring with United States citizenship. Did we not get marked as B's on them goddamn reconstruction census sheets? Did we not smoke?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Enfranchisement was a key feature of the United States federal government's assimilation policies regarding Aboriginal people. What happened to the people, the Indians that remained in the areas they were? They became, or did they not become automatic citizens of the United States? Yes or no?
Yes.
If you're asking me, they did not.
No, I'm asking straight smoke.
Yes.
No, because you just stated, and what the actual statement is the citizenship of the state.
Your mic is supposed to be muted. I am not talking to you right now. I'm going to let you have it after me, Ali Bamu. When you tell somebody that those of you that want to remain here, you will become citizens of the states that you're in. That's forced assimilation, because I didn't sign no paper, or I don't know nobody that signed no paper and said, okay, I want to be a citizen. Your ass became one because you remained there, because they're taking your territory, whether you like it or not. Voluntary enfranchisement was introduced in the Gradual Civilization Act of 1857 and was based on the assumption that Aboriginal people would be willing to surrender their legal and ancestral identities for the privilege of gaining full citizenship and assimilating into United States mainstream white society. That is not in the exact words that we have, but a similar situation to our ancestors happened. If it's not the damn same thing.
If you remained, you got taxed here. Up there, I mean, it's the same. It's the same fucking thing. I mean, it's
now,
come on.
All right, and then individuals or entire bands could enfranchise. Is it not true that individuals could go to the Department of Interior and the ID and all that other shit we talked about. Did that not happen, Straight Smoke?
Yes,
we
did.
come as individual or whatever, roaming around. Who are the roaming individual Indians on the goddamn soil that are not on the reservations? Did I not read about roaming Indians from the instructions of the Department of Interior? Did I not read about that the other day?
Yes.
All right. In the case where a man with a family enfranchised, his wife and children would automatically be enfranchised. However, very few Aboriginal people or groups were willing to abandon their culture and legal identities as anticipated by the colonial authorities. Did our ancestors not fight and get killed because they refuse to not be identified as Indians? Did they not get threatened if they said that they were Indians and killed? Straight smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm not saying this paragraph that I'm reading is the exact same thing, but this shit happened to our nanas and grandpas. Enfranchisement would become legally compulsory with the Indian Act of 1876, which stood until 1961. Over time, Aboriginal people have been enfranchised for serving in the U.S. Armed Forces, gaining a university education, and this is something that was promised to soldiers, for leaving reserves for long periods, for instance, for employment, and for Aboriginal women, if they married non-Indian men or if their Indian husbands died or abandoned them. Don't tell me that this shit did not happen to my ancestors. All the other shit that don't sound right is some pussy little eeny weeny stuff. No one said it was the exact same thing, but the shit is damn near duplicate.
I'll go a step further.
You got it, and Ali Bamu, you can take it to the heavens after him.
So the whole thing that just taking it, and when you go sign up for the military in any capacity, what do they guarantee you? A job and education. Am I right?
You talking to me?
No, I'm just saying and to everyone up here on the panel. When you sign up for the military, they give you a job and education. So all I'm saying is that in the capacity of back then in the 1830s here, there was no difference. They just seen the same game plan that took hold here, and they induced the same thing and worded it their way to suit where they were. That's it. I digress. Go ahead, Ali Bamu.
Okay. Because I don't know why it's coming across as if I'm in disagreement. So let me just be very clear on the issue at hand. The citizenship in question were the states, the individual states, not United States citizenship. That's first. Secondly, the issue still was not addressed even in 1870 with the Naturalization Act, because they were specifying two specific categories, either a free white person, which may be an quote unquote American Indian, may have been designated as such because of the census if they volunteered. The African nativity and those of African descent, we must address because that is the category of second class citizenship. By 100 years later, between 1964 and the Public Accommodations Act of 1968, which I would also argue 1866 and 1968, look it up for yourself. I appreciate the Lost Confederacy's work in this area. It is the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1866 and 1868. An Indian is not considered in the category of federal United States citizenship. Do you get my point now, Straight Smoke, that I'm saying? So any citizenship that is discussed is within the individual states. Next, in 1832, after the Indian Removal Act passed in the Congress for federal efforts to remove, not Native Americans, the actual Indians off of their ancestral lands, was called into question by Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia, not the United States. You follow what I'm saying, Straight Smoke?
Of course.
See, these are the issues that we let get clouded. I'm not disagreeing with everything you all described or whether or not the plan and the agenda that I say very simply is get the nigga. Okay? But we are keep quarreling over what the name of the nigga is and what the label is as opposed to who the people are, no matter what they are called. You follow me?
That's why I wanted to get away from the identity thing.
I got you.
I'm just looking at the overallness of how they went about what they did in that part of the world.
I am in no way disagreeing with you or Sister Bethy on that. What I am suggesting here, when the question was asked of me, what is the difference? I am pointing out the differences if we would like to build on that. You see what I'm saying? I don't know about Canada because I don't know how the Canadians got bamboozled and then end up with their $5 imposters and Siberian Mongoloid hybrids. You feel me? But they at least were acknowledged to be aboriginal to their land. We're being led to believe we either were actually removed off the land or were exterminated. Now, even in arguing that those who did not go, which most of us did not, I would argue probably less than 10% at best, were physically transported to so-called Oklahoma or whatever other Indian territories, from Oklahoma, God knows, up to Wisconsin. People keep only focusing on Oklahoma, but there was Indian territory from the Ohio Valley to what we call Washington State and Big Sky Country today.
That still stands out to me, though. I don't understand why I still that's the one thing that stands out to me.
What?
Is that how is it that everyone always wants to reference Oklahoma like someone, all these people, like you said, I agree with you. I agree with you, less than 10%. But you mean to tell me on the way that certain people's like, nah, man, I like this view. I like this view. I want to stay here.
And I'm gonna stake a claim.
I'm gonna stake a claim right here. Like, hey, boss, I'm good here.
Now, you familiar with how many more was in Arkansas than was in Oklahoma?
That's what I'm saying. It's just
or how about Missouri, which you know what happened with Bleeding Kansas, right? You're familiar with that.
Right.
The Missouri Compromise brought this stuff into focus, and that's 1850. The Homestead Act is 1862.
Yeah.
We're not, you see, part of this problem is that we have to keep things in context with the parallel of the timeline. Because 1862 is barely 2 years after the so-called end of the Civil War, right?
So they say.
So they say that again, brother.
So they say.
So my only point is that when we have people try to argue over us, which I don't like, I think I've made that very clear. Okay. Anybody other than American discussing American business needs to be stopped. Period. The confusion for the American is understanding who he or she are, who he or she is, and what is American business. You feel me? Now, the citizenship issue is state by state, not Uncle Sam. It's not federal citizenship. I would argue we've never been under that. We have had it projected to us, just like we've had Kunta Kinte and the Roots narrative projected to us that we are African descent. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
So we have to keep two things in mind. We have to keep two things in mind. Because we have to remember what these colonials have a whole premise of. That's their whole system of government. So in their system of government, all they needed was either willing or non-willing. But eventually you will be the willing participant.
Coercion. Straight up coercion.
I can't even call it coercion. I call it force.
Okay.
I call it force. Because you're not going to sit here and tell me that I have to subscribe and participate in your so-called whatever you want to include, like in how you pick who's going to be governor or magistrate or anything of that nature. That's what the whole purpose was, to get a general consensus of everybody to agree. To say,
okay, so let's deal with the assimilation process for a moment.
It's not an assimilation process. It is not an assimilation process, because the people that didn't assimilate, what happened to them? You don't see them no more.
That's exactly where okay, so let's stay with the number of 10%, just for arguments. All right.
All right.
So the 90% by default are not interacting, right?
No, I'm not gonna say that.
Okay. Well, just for the discussion that we're having, okay. Remember, they stayed where they always were.
And became citizens by force and tax.
Under the state governments, not federal, not United States citizens. Okay? No, just stay with me for a moment, bro. Stay with me for a moment. Because again, remember, the states are the federal government actually is supposed to be subordinate to the states, individually and collectively.
And that's the problem. They're not, and they haven't been. So getting back to what I was talking about, and I'm going to stand on it. The War of 1812. The British was up in Canada too.
Yep.
And because United States, because the troops, the colonial troops rather, ran up there and invaded Ontario, Canada. That's why they came and burnt down DC. And they
as retaliation.
Retaliation in 1814. So they burnt shit down, and some of the records got burnt and shit. And so at that note, when our people, and I can't stress this enough, no, it's not a duplicate in wording or anything. I was just looking at the comparisons of what the descendants of slaves, may I call them, did.
But were they in Canada?
No. I'm talking about here. I'm talking about here.
Okay.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. And because they took over. I don't know what part of invasion folks don't understand. But what I'm saying is this. They burnt down the fucking records. All right. Up in DC as retaliation to what they did up in Canada. So the British was up there, they was down here, and they did this shit. And then I read to you guys about, the fact of the Indian Removal Act happening in 1830. All right. And the majority of us, I say 95% of us stayed. Who wasn't trying to go to Oklahoma?
Or anywhere else that were considered,
But because we stayed, they said that we would automatically become citizens in the states wherever we were at, because they made them states over our head. And that wasn't
that was where I was going with the lawsuit, the Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia.
If you stop cutting me off, I could say what I'm going to say, sir. When they said that you're going to stay in a state where you are, you'll become citizens of the state you live in. That's not the individual state talking. That's the federal government talking. And I understand that we're supposed to be the states, the federal government is supposed to be subordinate to the states. But in this time of war, they wasn't, because they said what they said. And that's what happened. Because to keep it real with you, a lot of these states that had a lot of pale face in them, they ain't want us niggas staying there. So the federal government had to step in.
Yep.
Because the states did not want us there. They wanted to take over our shit. So I don't, I'm going to lock right there and come back with more stuff. I just don't want to give up all my cookies. But I'll be damned if what these British did up there in Canada, they did the same shit down here. It's like a fucking deja vu.
It's the same bird.
Correct.
It's the same bird. So what you think, everybody didn't get the same marching orders once they left?
Correct.
From across the pond?
Correct. And this is why I'm just having a hard time with Ali Bamu, because he really literally just picked out the nitpicky stuff that we already know. And it wasn't even that serious to even bring that up. We all know that. I'm just looking at the comparisons. That's all. But
I
y'all
mean,
got it.
they all came from.
Anybody else want to come up here? Y'all got it. I'm done.
If you think about it, I mean, wholeheartedly, that's all Europe. That's all British. However you want to slice it up, those folks came over here. They came over here. They didn't just come to the United States. They went to Canada too. They went everywhere to spread their doctrine of convert or die.
Have I not made that clear that the doctrine of discovery is the template for the game from 1452?
Right. You've
So
been
the
saying
point
that since I've been hearing you, Alibamu. You always drop gems, and I always write down these dates and everything, and I go look up this stuff. Not to say I don't know them, but it's good to have a refresher course at times. You know what I mean?
right. So again, I don't know whether you think I'm triggering you, Queen Mother. I have not disagreed with none of what you're all suggesting. The question that's asked of me was, why do I see there is difference? And there is difference. That was the only thing that I was walking through. It doesn't dismiss or reduce or diminish what they intend to do. I would argue, and this is what's very amusing and aggravating to me, that these mongoloid hybrids up there are being elevated more than the Native American frauds here south of the Canadian border. So my argument is, where are the supposed carbonated, melanated, dark complexion aboriginals, not the Eskimos? You feel what I'm saying, Straight Smoke?
Yeah, you talking
Not
about
the Inuit.
where are we at up
Yeah,
there?
exactly. So I put that aside because I'm not here to be discussing dealing with somebody else's problem in their house. You feel me? Our problem is everybody, including from there, is coming south of the border, and Mexico is coming north of the border, and all congregating on us to make our situation distinct, unique, exclusive. That's my opinion. Just happens to be my observation. But I don't see anything proving otherwise, because there is no other place on the planet where everybody else is trying to get to.
Okay. So what I have to say to that, just thank you, Sister Betty, for pulling this back up, because this is one of the reasons why they are coming. This is
Right, but
showing
let's
you.
talk about the enfranchisement for the citizen at the expense of the Indian not taxed.
I hear you. Let me land my plane on this. What you're seeing right now in front of your face is showing you, if you will assimilate to this government, you can have all the perks of being in that government society and be able to have a job and do whatever you have to, as long as you are assimilating to that government, correct?
Okay, then how do you explain Jim Crow from 1870 until 1968?
I'm sticking right here with what we're talking about. That's Jim Crow. We're not talking about Jim Crow. We talking about.
No, what I'm saying to you, since both of us don't have personal experiences in Canada, parallel to what I'm describing here, to show you the American Indian was never a citizen on a federal level. That is the exact reason why we had a civil rights movement and more federal legislation, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the Public Accommodations Act, which is the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, which we still don't study because we still think we're Negro African slaves. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because I'm not a Negro African.
I know you're not, Straight Smoke. I'm saying the narrative that has actually been falling down on deaf ears and is codified in law by default. There is no Negro, colored, or black in the federal law. The only thing in law from the Constitution until 1866 and then in 1968 is Indian civil rights. But we keep talking about Negro this or colored that, which is Jim Crow from 1870 to 1968.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that. That is just what we're addressing at the same token, but we're starting from the very beginning of it to where they got to this part, to where they can induce their will, call you, identify you how they see fit, and do what they will.
Then what do you suggest is the assimilation process here in the United States? Because we're looking here at what they're suggesting happened in Canada, but what was the assimilation process actually in the United States?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The comparisons are stunning because either you went along, go along, get along gang, or you wasn't. No recognition. Therefore, at default, by you not going along with the gang, by default, you're nothing. That's it. There is no in between with these people. Either you will or you won't. You do or you don't. There is no in between. Once we get our head, once we get this, thank you again, Sister Bethy, for putting this out here. This is the same playbook from here to there. Which we
I agree with you, straight smoke. Okay, maybe we're just not moving forward. What I'm explaining to you, what is different. Okay, those reservations, even in Canada, may be similar to what we think are reservations for these Mongoloid hybrids, right? That is their assimilation process. We understand they came processed as orphan children out of Indian boarding schools, right? But who is the actual American that is an Indian in the Constitution? What is happening to them side by side is being convinced and converted, and I'm using convert or die as a Christian process. So the Mongoloid hybrid is being assimilated through a conversion to create an imposter, to take the identity of the American who is being told they're a Negro African descendant. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Really, I do.
I don't know that that is an actual comparative parallel experience up in the Great White North. Only if those people come forward can they speak on whether they had a similar Jim Crow experience, a similar all that went from 1870 to 1898. You know about Wilmington, North Carolina, right? And you know about the actual coups that have happened in our American history were our local governments that were overrun by white domestic terrorist mobs. We have hundreds of examples of where our actual separate government.
Too far. You really going too far. And it's
how is that going too far, sister, when that shows our governments were being overthrown?
Okay, what I'm saying to you now is the document that I just pulled up and shared with the audience. Let me show you because see, I like to keep it real with people because I'm eating dinner, y'all. Sorry. I like to keep it real. The vibe that I get from you, Ali Bamu, and I'm keeping it real. It's it ain't right. Because it's like you went in the document to pull out some bullshit.
Why is what I'm saying you want to characterize as bullshit when you ask me the question? Hold on now. See the wait a minute. Hold on. Because the specific thing you asked.
How you gonna respond to me? And I ain't finished telling you how I feel. So don't cut me off because I'm gonna mute and let you speak. But I'm telling you the vibe I'm getting from you, whether you like it or not. And I'm gonna let you speak. I always let you speak. So now you're gonna let me speak on my panel. Because I know in YouTube world that I'm not the only one that get this vibe from you. When something real good comes up on the panel, you have a tendency to jump up here to try to pull out some shribby bullshit. That's not that I mean, like that's something you could have saved for next week on Cuddy's channel, to be very honest with you. All I did was pull up a document to show the comparisons of what happened down here in the north, the other northern part of North America, compared to what happened there. And then you're going in through the whole entire history of everything. All I basically was saying, at least Canada, yeah, even though they did some fucked up shit up there to the Indians, at least Canada keeps it real and understand that they were Aboriginals. Whereas in here, it's, Aboriginal, Indian, they just don't use it.
But that's okay. Now you just said,
but I'm not finished. You jump up. I don't know if it's because you like to hear yourself talk, but I'm trying to really fill out your whole point. And maybe you're using the wrong church words or I'm not understanding you. But to me, I get a vibe that you're upset because this information is being shared and you just drastically got to get up here and speak something else that we wasn't even trying to do. All we was just saying, well, gosh, look what happened here. Isn't that similar to ours? That's the vibe that I was trying to display to the audience. So all the other stuff you saying, you gave a whole U.S. history lesson that didn't even make no sense. But you got it. Now I'm a mute because I'm eating and I'm gonna let you have
it. Okay, I really don't get what all that was about. When I have said repeatedly every time that I've spoken before, I was pointing out answering the specific question of difference. That's the specific thing you asked me. I have already acknowledged everything you and Straight Smoke have said regarding this document from your perspective is correct and accurate. I was only dealing with why there is difference to the American, when people know that I mean in the United States, not in Canada, not in Mexico, not anywhere else in the Americas. There is no other people, including them, that have the condition of why we're called nigger, colored, but all these other names and labels. You yourself agree. That's different in and of itself. When we don't even know who the ethnic aboriginals are that are not the Native Americans they've created through this assimilation of their version in Canada. We do know, or at least we believe we know, the mestizos terminology. Would you say that that is the Spanish assimilation in Mexico down through the Central and South Americas? Straight Smoke?
That's down there.
So again, we're not trying to go up there, Great White North, or down there beyond the southern border of the United States, right?
But that's what we're generally talking about. What you would call the great up north white or whatever you said.
Well, they call it the Great White North, but
okay,
anyway.
So, but the Canada versus the United States, as far as the documents that we have, Sister Bethy has done, and just in comparison, we're looking at how
there are similarities. I have not disagreed that there are similarities.
I get that part. I get that part.
Excuse me for a minute. I don't know who the fuck you are, Free Papa, but no, this is not about cut. The only thing I said was take the shit to cut next time you go on his panel. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about. If you don't like it, get the fuck out my chat room. I just unblocked you. So don't start putting shit up in the coffee that don't fit in it. Thank you, respectfully. Y'all got it.
Okay, now I'm confused because I'm not even sure about why Girly Girls made that reference, whether it was at me about, I see it's a lot of we was wronged energy. See, I don't get what the problem is when we're actually specifically addressing what I, as my opinion, and I always stress, I am repeating shit I heard. Do I not say that frequently? Or I try to, Straight Smoke. Yeah, so when we're repeating what we've been told, which is by definition either curriculum, training, education, or doctrine, which basically falls under indoctrination, we are trying to dismantle the indoctrination, I gather, I would hope. Okay? The only reason I'm pointing out these differences is to underscore, no matter what anybody says, no matter what they bring to the table, like refugee stories with this migrant crisis, or when anyone else wants to diminish what has happened to the Negro in the United States, that we have a different situation.
One more time, please. Excuse me. This is not about cut. I told him to go over there where they have these conversations at long periods of time. This is not about cut. So now I'm going to block your stupid ass from my channel. Anything I would have to say about cut, I got his fucking phone number, speed dial. I could go on his panel. I don't have anything against about cut. I actually love cut. But cut has more patience than I do. So that's why I said what I said. Now, if I get one more smart ass marketing from you, I'm blocking you from my channel. Because I don't need no arrogant, stupid motherfuckers in my trap room. All right, bitch, you out of here. Stinking ass prick.
Shit happens.
and I'm not asking to be sent to the woodshed or be sent for a switch, Queen Mother. My only point was in responding specifically to what was different, and I'm using that to underscore why we are different. Do you get what I'm saying, Straight Smoke?
Of course I do. And all I'm looking at, and every time that I do anything, I like to stick to the actual topic. And I get how you have a vast knowledge of timelines and everything, but just in this segment that Sister Bethy was doing, she's really showing, comparison wise, you can use the overlay and retract certain words of certain governments and put
hey,
I get where you're coming from too. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But the whole thing that I'm stuck on, and I'm that's why I went and looked up Black's Law like you asked me to and everything like that, is because to get a full comprehension of this, we have to start dissecting the terminology, because these are lawyers.
And lawyers are liars by
These are
definition.
lawyers. If people don't know it, these people are fucking lawyers.
And who does the bar answer to? The British Accredited Register?
Would you say?
The British Accredited Register. Now,
you.
by definition, they are all foreign agents, which is amusing to me. But again, back to the assimilation of the American in the United States. I would also suggest, like the Caribbean brothers and sisters, or anybody south of the Mexican border to the tip of Chile, they are American in their nations. You feel what I'm saying, Smoke?
I understand.
But the American here in the United States is being punked. You feel me?
Not.
Well, I'm saying if we subscribe to some of these processes and we are being assimilated and we are having conversion to Christianity and we are dying spiritually, because their intention, like you said again, whether we look at this document from Canada, is kill the Indian and save the man. To do what with?
Hold on. I have to say this. Either you're going to join us or die.
Now, is that the definition of genocide?
No, it's not the definition of genocide.
No different from Canada.
It is not the definition of genocide.
Do you have to be physically dead or spiritually dying and your culture being taken from you, which, by the way, is in the UN definition of cultural genocide?
Just like in Canada.
So I'm going to say this. You know why it's not genocide?
Why is it not genocide?
Because you had it's not genocide because you had people participate in it.
Now, voluntary does not take away the crime of fraud or cultural appropriation.
It was these people's own people that helped them get their ass killed.
Which people are you talking about now? You talking about the co-conspirators within the Indian nations?
You can take it for a grain of salt. You understand what I'm saying? You're a very intelligent man. I know that. So it had to be people to help people get close enough to people to see, let's say, how many guns you got. We need somebody close enough to you to see what you holding before we can come do something.
Now you're talking about gathering intelligence. But
that's what I'm saying. That's an enumerator. The same thing.
You see that last clause? Because I wanted you to.
Hold on, Alibama. They sent people there to these places and said, "This is what's going on. Do you want to participate in?" Some people said no. Some people was like, "Yeah." And I brought up to Sister Bethy a while back. I was like, "Sounds like to me somebody had a disagreement over some money in their family."
And then they came in your house and they saw where your jewelry and you got some bars of gold and so. Yeah, I got you. Could you walk with me with however? You see that part there, because that's where I wanted us to transition on the compulsory statement you just made.
You go ahead and read.
Yeah, where it says from however.
Let me start and real quick, and if I'm not at the right point, tell me. However, very few Aboriginal, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, very few Aboriginal people or groups were willing to abandon their culture and legal identities as anticipated. We already thought about it by the colonial authorities.
Colonial authorities. See, we have to always keep that in mind, right?
Uh-huh. Sound like it was two governments on this side, but under the same umbrella.
What's the enfranchisement next, he said?
Enfranchisement would become legally compulsory.
Stop. We already see it's the Indian Act of 1876. A coincidence, right? So,
of course.
How can it be legally compulsory? That don't sound oxymoronic or dichotomy.
No.
Okay.
It's just
so
exactly
no, compulsion, coercion by definition is fraud. But we won't get stuck on it because she said I'm already nitpicking. But I just wanted to point out that Indian Act was 1878. Notice it's the Indian Act, not a Native American, right? This is where I would draw the parallels of similarity, but the difference is this Aboriginal American, I was about to say ignorant, Freudian slip. This Aboriginal American Indian is ignorant. You see what I'm saying? So when they were declaring things specific to Indians, south of the Mason-Dixon line, the Canadian border, is pertinent to us.
Okay, so let me go ahead and say this.
Mm-hmm.
With all due respect, let me go ahead and say this. Even if you took what we're talking about in the smallest fraction, even in the smallest fraction, it's a standing face fraud, period. I don't care who they identify and how they want to wordplay anybody's identity or anything like that. The overall goal was you're not keeping shit, and unless you're gonna submit, you ain't getting it. And if you keep on acting up, we got a jail or a grave for you.
Or a grave, yeah. Point blank, period.
Or wait a minute, or you can join our military and go to school and get paid.
And fight for us to kill more of you.
Kill more of you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the club.
No disagreement, Smoke. You're talking to a Navy veteran. Now, when you asked that question earlier, the compensatory manner, especially since the draft was supposedly overturned in the Vietnam War, was to sell education. Or in that era, if you don't know the good old Richard Pryor joke, they would roll up in the hood on a regular basis, and your option was you're going to jail or you're going to the army.
One of the two.
Yeah, well.
But you ain't going home.
And where is home, brother?
That's what I'm saying. Guess what? You ain't going home. You say, where is home? It doesn't make a difference. You ain't getting there. What was that? Denzel? That's the coolest movie with Denzel. You want to go?
You talking about you? I run this. You just live here. You talking about King Kong ain't got nothing on me?
I run this. You just live here. Seriously, a lot of people really didn't get that when he said that.
And how did he feel indemnified? Because Trump is playing some skanky ass shit with that. He felt indemnified by being the popo. The popo.
I disagree with that. I'm not gonna let you sit up here and talk about Trump like that. For real.
He is saying he will indemnify police officers.
We know you're a staunch Democrat, bro.
I am not a Democrat.
You might as well be one.
I don't have. See here again. Now you're doing exactly what colonizers do. You can't impose upon me whether I am one thing or.
I don't care what the hell you are, but all I know is the reason why I come up with that assumption is because when you get up here, you don't talk about nothing but negatively about Republicans. Okay, you don't say shit about Joe Smoko. So fuck out of here. Lose me with that, bruh. And I'm keeping it real. Last I checked, when Trump was in office, niggas had fucking businesses and jobs. And small moms and pop stores was still open, whether they were by poor whites that had little businesses, mom and pops, they were still open. When Biden came in, them bitches closed. He shut them all down. So you don't talk about that. So now I'm going to let you back on. But if you don't want to hear that type of smoke, then don't bring up no politics. Because guess what? I'm a motherfucking Republican.
So am I.
Now you got it. He got it now. He always come up here and do that shit. He do it on every panel. He don't have anything to say about Democrats.
Oh, you okay? Now, may I speak? I mean, I'm not here to offend your sensibilities.
No, you
I will
do.
say,
Every time you talk about Republicans.
I could care less about either party if you.
Well, you know what? You don't say nothing about Jerry.
I have said Uncle Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. is the longest serving segregationist of Delaware who actually did not abolish slavery. Not Juneteenth. It's not Texas, not the Lone Star State. It is Delaware, where may I say this again slower? That all of the corporate criminal enterprise is registered in the state of the person serving the longest senatorial representation of Delaware. I have said that repeatedly. In addition, the entire existence of Jim Crow imposed on southern states in America was under one party rule. It's called the poll tax, the grandfather clause. The Dixiecrats, for God's sake, not only created Strom Thurmond, he died a Republican at 100 years of age.
We all know that.
No, you keep saying we all know that. So then obviously I don't have to mention it when I have already stated that the majority of our people are either voting in the Democrat Party, who are registered, and the vast majority of our people are Christian Negroes who've been told that they are Kunta Kinte.
Well, we're trying to change that. Last I checked, it was an old lady, and they had it breaking news saying that they pulled away from the Democrats because they're sick of them, and they're voting Republican.
Ain't nobody doing that, man. I'm be totally honest with you. I don't know if Orange Man rubbed you the wrong way or something, but you do make a lot of gestures towards him and whoever.
No, I deal with facts, and maybe you don't know certain facts.
Really?
No,
Dwight David Eisenhower told his father, Fred Trump, and in addition, the federal government, which does not sue in behalf of American Negroes, sued both he and his father for discriminative public policy, slumlord tenement activity.
So what?
So I'm well. I could point out. I was going to point out to show you that I am even-handed. You're familiar.
We got black slumlords.
You are familiar with Ron Brown. I'm sure you remember him, the former Department of Commerce secretary, who made his entire career as a law student.
They're dead or gone. We don't care. We don't care. That's the problem. Boomers, y'all the ones that need to go and get in your rocking chairs. For real. Because we ain't on that racial shit. We not in the 1960s. We could talk and discuss about the past, but we don't got to fucking relive it. And when you come up here as a boomer, seriously, y'all fucked us up in our heads as boomers. My mother's a boomer. Okay, y'all was in the era where you had to sit in the back of the bus. But guess what? My black ass ain't got to sit in the back of the bus. I'm driving my own motherfucking truck. And y'all boomers are the one that got our heads fucked up and our kids racist. Every white person that walk around in North America ain't racist. I could count 1,000 fucking racist niggas to every white person.
And I would also argue they are racist towards other Negroes, not to white, quote unquote, Europeans.
That's in
The
your
problem
opinion.
still
That's in your
remains.
opinion. But there's one boomer that's racist towards white people
And
who's
who might
been
that be?
around them. His name is Ali fucking
Who
Muhammad.
made no?
Ali
Because
Babu.
again, you do not know me, Sister
Well,
Bethy.
okay.
I do
Well,
not have to be racist against white people.
well, what comes
I
out
am
your mouth?
opposed to
You're a
policies
boomer.
that are implemented.
I don't give a fuck. You're a boomer, and everything that comes out your mouth is white this and white that. Why is it not nigga this, nigga that? Because so far, the white people that I know, they help me get jobs. Niggas want to fuck, get you pregnant, and don't want to take care of the kids. How about that? That's why I only got one kid. So you're a boomer. You suffered the harsh racial life between whites and black. A lot of these fucking boomers are dead now. And we're trying to do it right. And there's a lot of shit that the generation after me, which is the millennials, they have an even better relationship with white people. So as soon as y'all boomers go to fuck on, like they said with Moses, all y'all need to die in the wilderness. Because y'all be fucking our heads up. Because if a white person's there to help me, I'm accepting the help. If I see a white person suffering in the street, I'm going to fucking help them. I hate y'all boomers for this shit. And this is why Generation Y don't respect y'all. And you get people like Bobby and other people jumping up ready to choke the shit out of y'all. Because they did not experience what you did.
Yep.
And neither the fuck did I.
No.
Now you can
I
have
went
it.
to a multiracial high school.
He can have let him have it all to himself now. He got it. I go through this with Ali Bamu, just like I go through it with A1. So straight smoke, let us mute our mics and let Pastor speak.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I don't have to prove or disprove. In the year of 1976 that I graduated, bicentennial year, I was in the least first integrated class. I don't have to prove or disprove whether or not, as you want to suggest, I don't hate any white person or all white people. I hate racist policies, if we're going to use such a term, and the belief of whether white supremacy exists, even though it doesn't. The definition of white superiority requires there to be some black inferior individuals. That is what I oppose. I oppose anyone wanting to choose to think he or she may be black and then complain that they are being treated such a way. Now, those who think that they are white, who are not white people, who are not white privileged, and I'm still trying to get a clear understanding on who these white free persons that were citizens of the United States of America. Dealing with the facts, and that's why I defer to you on the legal terminology and interpretation of what is the law. Under the Naturalization Act of 1870, there are only two categories of citizen. The American, called the Indian, or a Negro, is neither the free white person or of African descent. That's the crux of the matter. The only reason why we got people trying to convince the Negro that he or she is the descendant of an African slave, we already know that's a big problem. The fact that other people have used these laws and these acts to convince us otherwise is fraud. That is the only thing that I state. I don't have any animus towards anyone. I don't know them. Until you do something specifically to me, I don't have an attitude one way or the other. But as a policy, and as this system and this society is based on the fraud of white privilege and white superiority, that needs to be stopped. That's the only point that I'm making. So whatever might come across to you, Queen Mother, or others in the chat, They can hold their opinion as they choose. I am only addressing the facts as they are and the truth of the matter. And I have said more than once, the truth is only here in the Aboriginal community. Everywhere else and everything else said by anyone else is propaganda and lies. You don't have to agree. I just said that's my opinion and my perspective. I have seen yet more facts and evidence to prove otherwise. The only thing I was answering for you in the document you raised today is what is different about what happened north of the border and what is happening to us today in 2024. That's all I was saying.
I got a question, Sister Beth.
Yeah, I give you a minute. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Rodney Williams. Okay, first of all, I know your dumb ass is Jamaican because them the only motherfuckers that can't get my name right. My name is not Betty. Now, my short name is Bethy. My real legal name on my birth certificate is Be the One Bitch. Anybody that knows me know I'm a real motherfucker. All this white and black shit could kiss my ass because anybody that hurt me is my people. And do I hate my people? Fuck no. I be with them every day on YouTube. I'm not with this bullshit that be going on up in here. So you take your little stinking Jamaican ass back over to Jamaica and try to do something. Go pick some fucking sugar canes and get the hell off my nuts. Next, I'm going to say this. I don't get into all this, the fucking boomers, the X generation, the Y generation. Let me tell you something about Y generation, white kids and black kids. Y generations don't even know what the fuck you're talking about when you're talking about white privileges. Okay? They got to go and look that shit up and see why and what happened in history. So they don't know a fucking shit what you talking about. They hang with more black kids than they did in history. So they ain't on your shit, Alabama. I'm down here in the north with all of them. They ain't on your shit. They be looking crazy when you talk like, what the hell is he talking about? They got to go and look up in their dictionaries and encyclopedia who the fuck Rosa Parks is. That's where the white millennials is today. And it's not about, I just want to help white people. I help any fucking body that stand by me. I can't get a bunch of niggas. No, let me take that back because I got wire. Y'all motherfuckers is crazy as hell. And every time y'all speak and y'all act gives me every reason in the world to find the real reason why my fucking ancestors joined the Union and some was on the other side. I know today, like I said earlier in my show, I would have joined the fucking Union because of the way we act today. And when you got a boomer who is, you could be somebody's great-great-great-great-grandpa, according to the age of our children having baby today. And what comes out your mouth is alarming. As someone that we really want to look up to. All the news media, Don Lennon talk that you do on the channels ain't helping us. It's not. Because half of these niggas in the chat room, and I'm telling you the truth, and I think I told you in this in confidence before, 95% of these motherfucking hood rat niggas in our community don't understand what the fuck you be saying. They just turn off their mics and let you spazzle, and they're not listening to you because they don't understand your choice words. That's how bad it is for the education level of our people, which I'm trying to help them. You think everybody in YouTube understand you when you're on the panel. They don't. Half of these niggas be so fucking weeded up. They don't know what you be saying. And that's the truth. And the reason why you have decent professional conversations with me is because I understand you. I work with white people that speak proper English, and I have a heavy dictionary, just like they do. So all this United Snakes of America, don't forget about the fucking snakes that's in it, our people. Because we ain't no fucking saints. We are a fucked up generation of people. And matter of fact, we the only motherfuckers on the planet that can't even assemble together and say, I love you. So how about that? That's the shit we need to be working on. Not worrying about the next white guy, because the next white guy is just going to his corporate office to make a good dollar and take care of his fucking family. The shit we need to talk about is why we don't have shit and why we can't assimilate together. But we could talk about all the white people. The white people ain't fucking thinking about us. Now, minus the ones that's watching, because they know where I'm coming from. And it ain't a point of me kissing Uncle Tom's ass, because any white person in the state of Connecticut knows Sister Bethy ain't kissing nobody's ass. That I isolate and I stay quiet so I won't say nothing fucked up like I do on YouTube. So I'm far from kissing a white man's ass, let alone a white woman's. I don't even kiss Negroes' asses, as the record stand. So all this shit, this bullshit, is fucking excuse. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. You are too old to be doing and speaking what you be speaking. You should be teaching our men how, if you want to teach something and lecture about something, you should be teaching our men on how they should get in office and be leaders. Seeing that you was a news broadcast man, you got all the motherfucking 411. So why don't you give them some good 411, NBC, ABC, RBC News? How about that? And I'm relinquishing my mic. You got it, Mike. I'm tired.
Thank you, Sister Bethy. Good evening, sir. How you doing? Ali Bamu.
Well,
you were talking to me?
Yeah. Specifically. Oh, what's up, Smoke? Shout out to everybody.
Man, I can't call it.
Good evening.
Good. How you doing? If you don't mind me asking, sir, how old are you?
I am 65.
You're 65. Okay, I'm 44, so you got me by a good bit. But I'm kind of in a unique position. See, me and my brothers my age and my generation, we sit between you and your generation and the young dudes. So my question for you is, how does any of that stuff that you brought up progress anything for you?
What do you mean specifically?
I mean specifically the fact that it's 2024 and we still having panels and debates about how we gonna get free and be better. So how does what you said progress that narrative?
I don't know what you have heard or what I've been made very clear. There is only one American, and the identity crisis is what the American suffers under. You can say it however you choose, but I think we need to work forward from what we agree on. Okay.
And now I agree with you on some of that. My question then would be, what good does staying stuck in the past do? Because I think one of the disconnects between your generation and the younger dudes is y'all talk about what happened at a time period they have no connection to so much and so repetitively, but you offer no suggestions or no solutions for current time.
Okay. Now, do you celebrate the 4th of July?
I don't celebrate none of it.
Okay. Do you acknowledge the 4th of July? Let's not get into semantics, because you just, and I'm not trying to feel like you're attacking me. You're saying I'm living in the past. I'm trying to show you that this society is the past. So if you acknowledge, okay, now you may not personally acknowledge it, but what is the significance of the 4th of July?
You'd have to ask somebody that it means something to.
No, you raising the issue of living in the past. I am suggesting to you.
Hold on, let me. I'll make it personal for you. The only significance of the 4th of July is the fact that I know my birth month, September, really means the 7th month, and the fact that my birthday is the 4th means that technically my birthday is supposed to be 7/4. That's the only significance that they had to me personally.
By the way, since you said September the 4th, you aware that the great maestro Barry White was born that same day? I won't go to Beyonce, but were you aware of that?
I knew about Beyonce, but I wasn't familiar with the Barry White stat. But again, I wouldn't give a fuck. No, I mean, I wouldn't give a I don't know.
Michael, is that your name? Because my brother's name is Michael.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Michael, because I don't like to call people out of names, I do try to extend respect to people on an individual basis. You are the history of yourself. Whether you live and you don't know the moment you were born, but you are every moment from your birth to this moment now in your 44th year. You are history, right? But your story is yours. I don't know that you've done your family history or you looked in your genealogy. Doing that is history, is it not?
Yes.
Now, would you agree that you need to get your inheritance, whatever it is that you believe your inheritance to be? Would you agree that you have an inheritance that has deprived you as an American? Now, I've already clearly stated what I say American is, but I don't know what you think of it is. Are you Aboriginal? Do you think you're American Indian? What's your position?
I don't use the term Indian because I think it's too inclusive and it's a little disingenuous, but I get why other people use it, but I use Aboriginal or Indigenous.
That's history. You do understand that, right?
Yes.
So if you lived Aboriginal...
To be clear, I did not say history had no value.
I'm trying to just clearly discuss with you, not sounding like I'm attacking you, and I don't feel that you're attacking me, but the tone of your question was that I'm stuck in the history. So I'm trying to clearly understand it by explaining to you what I see history to be.
I get it.
Okay. So now, if you're an Aboriginal who has been called an American Indian, a Negro, colored, or black person, that has happened over time, right? And yes. Each one of those labels has a particular time period. Now, discussing the Negro part or the colored part or the current black part, that is a period in time, right?
I guess, yeah.
That would be history. Now, those who are stuck in being black, but you know how things are evolving right now is because this tainted thing, African American, I don't want to even get with discussing that. But the Negro and the colored part is not history. It is current. And here is why it is current. Because the designation of color in law from the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 is barely 100 years old. And I would argue to you that that is current. That is not history. People may not be called colored, but I'm sure you're aware in the definition of American, the Aboriginal is copper colored, right?
So if I may, because I don't want to get too far off the topic, the original issue, the original question was, how does that move this forward?
That is actually where we're headed, Mike. Because again, if we're still having these arguments over labels.
Let me speak, sir, please. Let me speak. Because I'm very respectful, and I'm gonna continue to be respectful. But I don't think it's cool to just let somebody run on and you can't listen to the other side. So you said a lot. So I wanna add some statements to it as well. Okay. So for example, I don't have no beef or no argument with nothing you just said. Everything you just said, I'm full aware of. I think everybody on this chat, we already know all that.
Yeah.
So us knowing that and continue to discuss something that we already know does not translate into any actions being taken or anything being done. So why are we still discussing it? That's the question. Why are we discussing
for that? It's a term for that. Revisionist history.
Now, you can chime in if you want, Straight Smoke. I was waiting for him to be concluded.
My bad.
Because I'm not trying to hog the conversation. I'm actually trying to answer the question, but I don't know that you're actually hearing what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're not listening.
Okay.
But listening does take active participation.
Okay. So we need.
I was about to answer you, but you can keep going. Keep going if you need to.
Thank you. We need the necessities. We need our own food. We need our own shelter. We need our own clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the three necessities that until as communities, units, down to the family unit. Because until we have stable family units, we can't have a stable community. So those are the things that we need to stabilize what's really important. How is anything that is on the screen right now going to secure food, shelter, or clothes?
What's on the screen right now?
My answer to that is, okay, like I said, it's okay to study history. None of us wasn't fucking born in the 1800s. All of us in here was born in the 1900s and some of us 2000s. What we gonna do? How have we been getting food? Until you open up your own business, okay? Get an adult mind and open up your own business, like all foreigners that seem to be able to do and come over here and do. If you can't do that, get a fucking job and do the best you can until you wake up.
And how are they going to wake up? How are they going to wake up, Queen Mother?
Until you're ready to wake up and actually do something. All this talk of fame on YouTube ain't shit if you ain't. Get a fucking job. If you don't want to work for nobody, you don't want to work for the white man, open up your own fucking company. And so then you can learn how it feels to have people working for you and how fucked up we act to our bosses. So you can get a feel of what the white guy's been going through when employing black people, our people, who want to walk into their fucking businesses and change shit up. Because that's our arrogant attitudes. And yes, do we suffer discrimination? Yes, we do. Excuse me, sir. Can you mute? Because this shit is not funny. It's not funny, Mr. Boomer.
It's not funny. And the fact that you the oldest is crazy.
It's real sad for you to sit up there laughing. And it's wrong for you to do. Because I'm not going to sit on YouTube and tell my people the shit you're dropping on them. You talking about some ancient shit. All right. Prior to YouTube, prior to Dane, prior to Chief Holiday, prior to A1, prior to Ad Power, wasn't no niggas running around looking for fucking allodial land and all this other shit. So now you got a nigga. I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Prior to Dane and all them, even me, including me, I was not looking for no fucking land titles for my family. I wasn't until I came in YouTube. Now you got a bunch of niggas that done did so much fucked up shit in their life, including me, made a lot of dumb fucking decisions. I come in YouTube. Oh, I discover and officially, and now my granny told me I was Indian. Yep, I'm Indian. Cool. Now you know that you might have land, okay, that you ain't know shit about. Now you're all high. Fuck that. I'm going to find my motherfucking land. Then you find out it's a different process of getting the land because you got to prove that you are truly a descendant. Okay. Then you got these motherfuckers running around with lampshades hats trying to tell you how to go about getting your allodial land and shit. That's just fucking you up even more in life. But prior to that, you wasn't doing shit. If you was, you would have shit to show for it, including myself. I worked all my life. Does that make me better than any fucking body? No, because I'm still struggling. How about that? But I am fucking trying. I did establish within the 5 years of being in YouTube a tribe. And we all are working families, husbands and wives. So you being a boomer, coming up sharing stories, and half of the stories you're sharing, you wasn't fucking born. Now, yes, were you in the civil rights movement? Yes, you were. Yes, you were. But in the civil rights movement, did you hoover around people that look like me and you? Keep it real. You was in the media. I don't know what triggered you or what you've been through. We all been through something. When we all been through something with white people, it's called discrimination. That's across the fucking planet. But do you let it get you down? Do you stop? Do you stop your will? Do you stop trying to reach your goals? Fuck no, because I ain't stopping. We should be teaching our children and our young ones how to create their own businesses. And as a matter of fact, the babies from the 2000s definitely are fucking lost about our history. They come out business mind. So what we need to do is continue to support them. Seriously, instead of sitting them down, telling them an old folk tale about white people taking identities and shit. I don't know no white people that say, I'm Indian. A few of them do, but their last names is Lekovitz, Rokovitz, or all these different last names. So definitely, they're not Indians. I don't know the white people that stole our identity. I don't know the people in the fucking $5 tribes. Obviously, they're probably actor rooms, cocktail rooms, or probably not even that at all. But that is so unimportant to me at this point. Seriously, I don't give a fuck about the other tribes or the 5 civilized tribes that took over those nations. Because you know why? Because in this country, we can create our own fucking tribes. I don't need to get on nobody's dog's rolls. I know my family's on them rolls, but am I going to bust my ass to prove to some fucking strangers who my ancestors are on the rolls? Fuck no, because I got a better option. I could create my own fucking individual tribe because I'm the motherfucking individual Roman Indian that did not go to Oklahoma. So I could do the same thing that they do. So why even bust my ass trying to get on their roads? I don't give a fuck. They got those dolls roads. Guess what? I got the motherfucking Negro roads. So we need to push our young men to be men. We need to push our young women, to be mothers, to be wives. Instead of telling them this Harriet Tubman bullshit. You got land. Matter of fact, if you got land or you got land that your ancestor had, the first thing we should do, don't tell nobody that shit on YouTube until you fucking own it. If you don't own it, keep your fucking mouth shut until you own it. All this other shit about this law and that law from the 1600, from the 1500, from the 1960s, from the Indian removal. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I ain't removed from nowhere. I'm still sitting in my motherfucking chair. I've been sitting in for the last 6 years. I ain't removed from nowhere. I'm still on my fucking land. If I go to Texas, I'm still on my fucking land. Now, when you start that out of Africa shit, that's when you're fucking, you don't draw the motherfucking line. So I could be here, I could be in Ohio, I could be in Oklahoma. I'm still on my fucking land. Until these bitches try to put me in Africa, that's when the motherfucking World War III is coming. But I don't see nobody trying to make them moves. So we need to talk about real shit that's going to positively impact our people. We the only bitches that ain't doing that. Every race is over in this fucking landmass, and there ain't a motherfucking thing you could do about it. Not you and not me. And guess what? I don't want to waste my last years on this earth trying to. Why? For what? You come up on the panel as a boomer. We need to do this. We need to settle and do this. Who the fuck wants a World War III? I don't. I got grandsons, and I want them alive, and I want to see them grow up. How about promoting something positive that you know about from being a news media man for all your life? Hey, Golden Culture, you need to be a senator. Hey, Alabama, you need to be a senator. How about that kind of shit? Because as the records stand, foreigners are still running this bitch. So I'm not on that side of the white versus this and the black versus this. Because there's some skanky, struggling, funky ass white people, just like it's some skanky, skunky ass black people. So guess what? I'm tired. You're too old. And what comes out your mouth is not good for our people. So I would like us to keep it on the fucking topic that I had today. I'm not changing my topic and nobody redirecting it to nothing else. Here's what the topic is. I don't want to hear about no apples, no oranges, no plant, no gardens, no 1066 forms, no motherfucking I want to hear about none of that shit over here. You got to go into private. You got to do. I don't want to hear none of that shit. If you can't talk about what's on the screen, then I got 1,900 something motherfuckers up in here. And I'm not talking about planting your own garden. Because guess what? I don't think I'll ever have a fucking farm unless somebody in our tribe is going to run that shit. Because I don't like being in the hot sun. So like I said, yep, I was that nigga that joined the union because it's fucking hot outside. I don't give a fuck about a farm. But if the tribe members want to do it, do it. Because Sister Bethy ain't planting no seeds. Y'all got it, and this is the topic.
So, back to my question. What does looking at the past with regard to our relationship with white people, so I can be more specific? And because what I heard you speaking primarily on Alabama, and again, I came in probably 30 minutes ago, so I wasn't here for the whole thing. But what I came in on sounded very repetitive, like the same things we have heard repeatedly from those specific generations. So that was my perspective. So that's why I was speaking that way.
Okay, I am trying to follow instructions as Chief Morning Thunder has suggested, and I'm trying very hard not to feel that I'm being attacked, though I think it's very suspicious. I don't come in lying, and I don't like to feel like someone is implying that I'm lying. So if anything that I have said that has been untruthful, please correct me, because I think care and love for your children and for those that you say you concern yourself with would help them to not be in error. So that is what I attempt to do, Michael. So when I am talking about you, but I don't know you, I asked you earlier so that we would be on the same page. You consider yourself Aboriginal, whether you refer to yourself as an American Indian, those are both historical statements that are not responsible or embraced by Negro colored Black people. Agree? Disagree? What say you on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's not accepted by as a whole. I agree with that.
And because they are so far removed backwards in time before being referred to as a Negro, if you don't respect yourself or your grandma or your great-grandparents, depending on if you had the chance to interact with them, I suggest they refer to being an Indian. Yes, no? You got a different position?
Yeah, I got a somewhat different position. I would say that Sister Bethy and most of us that represent being Aboriginal, I really don't care what the people who ain't on this side think.
We keep saying I don't care.
Hold on. Let me answer. I don't care what they think, because the fact of the matter is, no matter what the solution is, the overall solution is, a person got to do it for themselves. And I'm not in the business of saving people.
That is true, Michael.
Hold on, sir. Let me talk, man. And I'm not in the business of trying to save people who ain't doing it themselves. So that's the whole, I think, the problem that people have. It's like, hey, everybody over here, we trying to push the needle in some particular direction. You can't drive forward looking in the rearview mirror. We know all this history about that. As far as the next generations, I got 6 children. That's my job to put them up on that. That's my job to teach them how to navigate amongst people from different cultures and races, and make sure they know how to protect our family's interests. That's my job. But for them people who classify themselves as Negroes or African American who ain't on this Aboriginal, I don't care, man. I don't.
Okay, Mike, and that's fine for you to choose to have that position. Again, as I was saying in answering your question, food, clothing, shelter, roof over your head, you're going to have people in your household that don't subscribe to being an Aboriginal or American Indian? Yes, no, maybe.
In my household?
In every household, but yours, if you want to specifically speak to it, you may have done something different, but to have food, clothing, and shelter, the basics, the necessities that you ask for, everyone under that roof is not going to be the same, right?
That's too big of a generalization. I can't agree with that.
That's conflation.
Because
the majority of us as a people.
If I judge that answer based on how I run my household, hell no, bro.
But again, that's your individual household, and you can't extrapolate it to everyone, right?
I can't.
But
it's
again,
too general.
But Michael, the point I am making is this community, and I've said this before, at best, I'm going to be conservative, is possibly 5% of our people. Let's say 10%, so that 9 out of 10 people are clueless to what we're conversing over here in this, we call the Aboriginal community. But you still love those family members that are in the 90%, right? And that's my point about they would be under your roof because of your care and concern, of your helping them and protecting them going forward, that they have a roof, clothing, and shelter, right?
Right.
They are not in the right frame of mind if they are thinking themselves, I would argue, just simply on being black alone, let alone colored or Negro. Okay? The vast majority of our people are steeped in that mentality, and that is a toxic thing that has to be addressed, because my message is simple. Identity crisis is the problem. Until that's addressed, people's behaviors are not going to be appropriate. We are doing the things that we are doing as Negroes, colors, niggas, black folk, and it's not working. Can we at least agree on that, Michael?
No, that's a fundamental flaw in your whole argument. Don't none of us represent all them people you talking about being our people.
I didn't say you represent them, Michael. I said you come from a people where 90% of them are in different layers of this mentality. That's what I said, Michael.
No, I disagree, though.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't agreeing with that.
No.
Listen. My people on this. Point blank. I ain't doing all that branching out and trying to make a path to include people that where they on stage 1 of the 10-step process. I don't give a damn, bro. My people on this. That's it. So if they not, that's on them. That's their business. I'm not responsible for them. I'm not responsible for making sure they get no damn where.
Okay, so now I got you on that, Mike. Now, if you were doing a business, you would not only do business with just 1 or 10% of any population, right?
No,
that doesn't even make sense. You want to be profitable and you want to employ people, correct?
Correct.
Most of those people are going to come from the 90% population. Do you get the point I'm making now, Michael? No. Doesn't matter what you do personally to actually. Hold on, brother. Not even whether you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
You are doing trade with others who are not like you, regardless. Not about ethnicity, not about religion, not about philosophy. You are going to be dealing with people other than yourself and other than your mentality. That same attitude should be taken with the people who have been specifically targeted to be less than who they are. That's the only point I'm making about identity crisis. And whether you call yourself Aboriginal or American Indian or not, that is a very unique thing. And that is history, Mike. I'm still trying to answer your specific question.
That's the problem with trying to be that inclusive. Let me tell you what my game plan is for your family. I can lay it out for you, bro.
Okay, I'm just interrupting. We do have people up here that have not had a chance to speak. That's Golden Culture. That's Ali Baba Haru.
Cool.
And now Isness and Straight Smoke's been very quiet. So can we please give them an opportunity to speak instead of 2 people communicating? I really would like to hear from the others. So Straight Smoke, if you ain't got nothing to say, then I'm gonna ask Golden Culture take it because he's been waiting.
Please, Golden Culture. Essence,
I'm in
always
the
great to
building.
hear
I'm
you.
in the building. Thank you, Sister
And
Bethany.
Ali Bama,
Is
Ali
that
Bama,
is
Yo,
this
see?
Haru, thank you so much. Please go ahead. I love to hear what you have to say.
is that you?
Now this me, Golden Coach. How you doing, Sister Bethany? Thank you for inviting
I'm
me
all
to
right.
your
I'm gonna
panel.
mute. Y'all got it. Isness. Let me know that's you so I can take the
Hey, look, you
banner
are so
off.
stamped. You are so stamped and on point. So now I'm gonna act like Day Day. They want me to act like Day Day, so now I'm gonna act like Day Day. The problem is we diving so deep into who we are. We already know who we are. Now, my thing is, you know what I'm saying? We've gotten to this point, and I thank you and all those other people who has expressed who we are and this, that, and the other. So it's an open panel for people to, it's an open border for us to come through. And for those who don't know who they are, can do it. Now, your subject matter is dealing with a franchise. Yeah, we're in this world, a franchise. It's nothing, I mean, it's been set up this way. Franchise, for those who understand the terminology of it, then they understand what franchise means. And this, that, and the other. So third world countries that don't understand it, but it's coming to you because it's been set up that way. So, but what I'm saying too, and I wanna dive into it to where as though Bamu, I think that's his name. I'm sorry, sir, if I'm not pronouncing it right. This, that, and the other. But Sister Bethy has a great plan, a great platform of understanding franchise. You've been franchised. And if you understand that terminology, franchise, somebody can back me up. The terminology of that word, she's trying to give you all gems to where as though understanding franchise and who you are. You are the legislative, you are the executive, and you are the judiciary. She's breaking it down for you how you are to operate in a franchise. It's unfortunate we're in this situation, but it's reality. We're dealing in this world. I relinquish my
So golden culture. You're saying franchise as in a business, or are you dealing with what she's got on screen, enfranchisement? Because that's what the topic was that she said we'd like to stay focused on. What is the enfranchisement that's been an enticement to give up our Aboriginal ancestry and rights? That's what it says here on the. We're asking to give the privilege of gaining United States citizenship and assimilating into the United States. So when you're talking about a franchise, people think you're talking about a business. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
I'm asking.
Well, I want to, but before you go, because I don't want to confuse the 900 and something people in here. I put this up to show as a comparison of what went down in Canada versus what went down here in these 50 states, how it is such strong similarities to what happened to us and how Canada uses Aboriginal more so as we use Indian here. So that's all I was doing, was just showing the differences on what these people had to do. And it's very similar to what we had to do. Now, I just feel Ali Bama went way over the cuckoo's nest with his explanations. All I was trying to show is just similarities, and it didn't need a history lesson. It really didn't. But that's all I was trying to say. So if we could keep it to this topic, I'd appreciate it.
But Sister Bethy, that's what I'm asking. Is what is it the privilege that we've received from citizenship when we didn't even know that our ancestry has been given up?
I don't know who got their door open.
Wow.
Mute your mic. Keep it muted. Thank you. I never said that we got privilege. Coach, you got to keep your mic muted. I just muted you. All I'm saying, I didn't even say that we get privileges. I was just showing the similarities and you keep pushing on some shit that really don't even need to be said.
No, wait.
Everybody up on this panel got a fucking social security card, so you're citizens regardless if you say you are or not. But all I'm saying is the comparison. That's it. And if we can leave it at that and not go back in fucking year 1000, that would be helpful. All I wanted to show is the similarities of what went down in Canada versus what went down in the 50 states. That's it. And that's all I'm asking our people on the panel to talk about.
If I may.
And fuck you with your overlay. You don't like my fork tongue? Get the fuck out my chat room.
If I may.
Get the fuck out. I got 1,105 people in here. Do you really think it's gonna bother me if I kick one nigga out? Take your funky ass and go. I'm sick of y'all motherfuckers. And fuck you next week. Go, whoever wanted.
Bethy, I don't think I'll talk to you in the new year, so happy new year to you. Same to you, Alabama, Izzy, Straight Smoke,
Happy
Culture.
New Year.
Happy New Year to all of you. I've been sitting back listening to the conversation. Right now, I think we could just focus on that first word. We don't have to go past that first word. This is what we've been dealing with as a group of people, regardless how they identify themselves, regardless of the race, regardless of the religion. There's been a lot of people in this country that have been disenfranchised. Not understanding what the process of franchising themselves, like Culture was talking about, it leads to poverty, leads to pain, mental anguish, frustrations, crime, bad decisions. There are many ways that people can disenfranchise themselves, just as there are many ways that people can franchise themselves. I think somebody said earlier about, and made a question to Alabama about how can the past, I'm generalizing this, how can the past help you right now? It's called knowing. It's called knowing what to do in the moment. When you've learned something from the past, you know how to react in the moment, regardless of the situation. A mother who's got crying babies, she got to know how to cook. And crying babies learning on the fly, they ain't gonna make it. How does she learn? From her history. What's her history? Her mothers, her grandmothers. She watched them. It's real simple. And you apply it. A lot of us are disenfranchised because of application, applying. Why? Because they don't have the knowledge. A lot of people are impatient. They don't understand processes. So you have people who build frustration from poverty, and they want what we call quick money, quick results. They see a guy pull up in a luxury vehicle. They don't know this dude spent 12 years in public schools. He spent another 6 years in college. He worked on a job.
Ali Babu, I have an overlay of enfranchisement up. Can we please touch on this? Right.
This is what I'm speaking on, Beth. Enfranchisement is about the ability to live freely.
But that's what we need to talk about.
Right.
What is up
So,
here?
so,
But
so
that's
I'm,
not what enfranchise means up here. I think maybe you should read it and then we come back to you.
listen. I
Enfranchisement
know it, that
is for terminating a person's Indian status. Can you
right.
please read it and then come back?
Your
I'm
status.
gonna move to isness until you read it, sir, because you're telling a long story. And
I've read this, Betsy, and I'm telling you, I'm simplifying
okay.
this.
No, it's actually taking too long, Pumpkin.
Because you
attacked
Alabama for saying stuff over people's head. So I don't want to talk over people's heads. I want to simplify it. You understand what I'm saying? I try to. I'm aware of these panels. Not just your panel. I'm talking about YouTube. I'm aware of the world. I'm not a closeted individual, right? So I'm aware that it's unorganized. This isn't a classroom where everybody in here is a college senior. It's all walks of life that walk through these doors. Some people know some things, some people don't know some things.
Okay, so sweetheart, let's get to it so the other people can speak. Please, sir. I'm muting up.
So when we're talking about franchising, right? Like Betsy said, I heard Betsy say about we all have social security numbers. That's a part of your franchise. Understanding that at birth, you're a walking business. Now, some of you, especially Alabama, because of his age, you probably heard your parents tell you this. Handle your business. And handling your business was also based on what a lot of you young people want to reject, which is your history. But your people don't call it history. You know what your people called it? Their name. Don't you mess my name up. The name is it's the history of the family. And as Betsy was talking about how people have to, in the real world, you have to deal with other cultures. Right? The term they like to use for today is diversity. All walks of life are the melting pot, right? So when we getting back to franchisement, now we don't have to go into the history. We know about the wars and the misclassifications and all of those things, right? So beyond that, at the present day, what can a person do? Little knowledge, right, to enfranchise itself. Well, unfortunately, you got to know something. See that's the trick of life. People want the solution, but they don't want to put the factors into the equation. That's why I was going earlier when I was saying about the person who's putting in all this work to get to a place, and then somebody who hasn't put in the work don't respect those processes. They want what he got overnight.
So
okay,
Alibaba.
So let me answer this question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what can people do? Well, the laws down here in the 50 states are different from in Canada. Some of the things that we can do is correct our racial identity. We can take back what was taken from us, and we can correct our racial identity. That's one of the major things. You need to become who you really are instead of who they labeled you to be. That's one correction, and that's a very civil thing to do. You're not starting a war. You're correcting your race identity on their paper. If you don't want to put it on their paper, some people want to pull away from the country and do their own shit. Fine, so be it. I'm not stopping anybody from doing that. But you ask, what are some of the things we can do to correct enfranchisement? And that's one of them. The other thing is to professionally and civilly and not arrogantly look for land that belongs to your ancestor. And you do that by going to the town records. So those are two things that you could attempt to do. Your race identity and getting your land back.
Now the enfranchisement.
The worst thing in the world to do. The worst thing in the world to do is to find some allodial land that shares the same last name as yours and come on YouTube and say, "Oh, I found my land." No, you found your land when you own that shit back. So keep it off of YouTube and take care of business silently and privately.
Right.
I relinquish.
No, Sister Bethy.
May I ask a question right quick? Because I need to understand something. Okay, so according to the overlay on the screen, in Canada, enfranchisement is terminating their status. But it seems like in America, they speak of that being
Yes.
Disenfranchisement.
Disenfranchisement.
Right. This isn't the same. So the way they use enfranchisement with us, because if they were using it in this sense, they always talk about us being disenfranchised. Well, I say we need to stay that fucking way if we disenfranchised.
We came into the show very early or late. I'm not sure. But I never said it was the exact same thing. I said it was similar to what they did to us.
Right. That's what I was asking about.
We were disenfranchised as a people. Okay. But if you look throughout the document and read it slowly, there's a lot of things that duplicate what was done to us.
Exactly.
Up here in Canada, they identify the people of the soil as Aboriginal, whereas here they list them as Indian. So that's
what I'm trying to get clarity on, Sister Bethy, is but in America they say we're disenfranchised, right?
I know that. I just said that like 3 times.
All right, that's hold on, sweetheart. That's what I was asking. I was asking, is there a difference? That's what I was asking.
There is.
So there is a difference. Okay.
When you're talking Black Wall Street, that's disenfranchised.
Right. Okay.
Any businesses we own, they disenfranchised it.
That's what I was unclear of.
Whereas up in Canada, they enfranchised them. They had options. Look, join us, you get all these freedoms. But they said that same thing about us. But look how long we get up to the 68 with Martin Luther King trying to fight. So we were not granted those rights, which is why he basically said we're coming for our check. But I was just showing some of the similarities. So the next person who got it is Isness. Please take it, sister.
Okay, I want to offer that that version, the Canadian version of enfranchisement, may be the same as our version of enfranchisement, because our version of enfranchisement is talking about voting rights, right? That's what they talk about, suffrage and the right to vote. And to be able to vote, you're enfranchised. So could it be by us voting and going into these treaties that they offer to us is an agreement to the enfranchisement, and the definition of that enfranchisement is the same as the Canadian one. Does that make sense?
The one thing I'm asking though is they're saying stated here, surrender their legal and ancestral identities.
That's what I'm saying. When you go to vote, could it be because now you're enfranchised now that you can vote? And since people have started voting, that's when all this stuff has basically been surrendered. Everyone kind of lost everything when people really got the ability to vote. So could it be exactly the same?
That could be very true too, sister, from what I'm reading, but I still have to do more research. And I believe that it could be true. It's just that the snakes here in the US probably didn't put all the language in that really states that you're giving up your identity and all this shit. like they always fool us on their legal documents. So that could be true too, but we have to just keep reading and studying and researching.
And as you said, a lot of the documents have been destroyed. So the language of enfranchisement, those particular documents could have been destroyed, because you got to think about the 13 colonies. Those are the same, like they're the cousins of those people in Canada, right? So one group went to Canada, the other group came here and started the 13 colonies. So they're speaking the same language. So if they're saying enfranchisement here means that gives you the right to vote, then we have to kind of assume, and I know we don't like the word assume, but we could maybe guess that there is a correlation between voting and this quote unquote enfranchisement.
That's what I was thinking. Yep.
If I could, real quick, Isness, I got you on this real quick, okay? I'm still in Black's Law. I put in disenfranchisement. The first thing that pops up is, what rights do convicted felons lose?
Voting.
Thank you.
But they keep circling to voting, and that's missing the point. Okay.
Hold on. I wasn't done. Employment, depending on their state of residence. Did you hear that?
Right.
Voting,
So
employment, or depending on their state of residence for anything. They can't do nothing. They're out the loop. So
in the state of the 50 states, correct? That's in the individual states. Right.
Several states.
Okay.
So if by you knowing this, I know you know what CISC is, right? By law. It's what all state troopers use in all 50 states.
You're talking about the system to look up people?
Correct. There is a database for every state that any state trooper can pull up you off your ID. So when Sister Bethy was trying to say where you're thinking state law, that's federal law. This is across the board. This has nothing to do. See, the whole thing is that you keep wanting to look at state. No, this is federal. All of this is federal. And I digress.
So, quick question, because I had to get that clarity because now I really understand the conversation a little better. So I apologize if I threw anybody off with the earlier part, but I get the conversation a lot better now. So, quick question: what is it that we're seeking to do by enfranchising or not being enfranchised? Is there an objective to this?
Okay, the enfranchisement is based on the federal operation of what is considered citizenship. Now, what I'm asking, and this is what keeps getting convoluted in the argument here, there is no such thing as second-class citizen. However, that's what the civil rights movement amongst the American Negro, who is the Indian, not knowing that he or she is Aboriginal. You see, is that golden culture that I said?
Yeah, I get you. I get you. I get what you're saying.
So to be enfranchised is to remove yourself the way this is on screen stating, surrendering what again? Your legal and ancestral identities. Now, first and foremost, can you actually do that? Can you surrender what is your ancestral? I'm not going to talk about the legal side. Can you actually give up what is your ancestral identity, golden culture?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
And
Yes, you can.
To simplify how you can give it up is through the 14th Amendment. They utilize it so great and so well. They was so scientific words. And I don't know if you remember, Sister Bethany, when I was telling you, is that
I disagree with you on that one.
Okay, I'm
14th
sorry.
Amendment?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
This
What I
is
want to say
nothing to do
is
with the
that
14th Amendment of giving up your racial identity. It wasn't that we gave it up; it was taken from you. So
yes, I
this
agree.
is the
Yep,
part what I
correct.
mean. This is the part what I mean when I said maybe I'll use another choice word. And let me turn my camera on for this one. I say federal government, okay, but I think perhaps maybe we can understand it better by using a different word. Whether you wanted to be who you were or not, the militia made your ass who they wanted you to be in their 50 states. So the census sheets is a federal militia move. Who went around? Marshals. Is it marshals connected with the militia? So they made your ass black on the census sheet. Prisoner of war. They can make you what they want.
Ward of
I
a
hope
state would be
that's
great.
clear. And anybody else could take it. I think somebody else was waiting.
Okay.
I was thinking it was either isness.
Well, what I do want to just clarify is that we still, even during these malicious census movements, we still were holding on to our ancestry at that particular point. But when they made us vote and they started getting us into this voting system, this election system, and start participating in their government, and this is going against everything that I believe, because I do believe in participating in the government. But as I'm listening to you and I'm putting this together, enfranchisement to us is voting. And if you look at in Canada, just enfranchisement, because these people are the same people. So that's
correct.
So your definition, they're not telling. Correct. So these people here are not telling you what it means for you to be enfranchised. And you have to go to a neighboring country to figure out what it means to be enfranchised, and that is for the Aboriginal to lose their sense of identity.
If I may.
Perhaps if
I was just about to
we
say.
were able to, they did it a little different in Canada. And perhaps we are the Aboriginals and not the Indians. So perhaps it was supposed to be Aboriginals and Indians instead of niggas and Negroes and Indians.
If I
You
could,
got
Sister
it.
Bethy, what you're showing right now is where the Crown noticed where they messed up in the Americas, but they fixed it in the Canadas. Terminology, applied terminology.
I think it was always in fixed in this way in Canada. I don't think they erred. I think this is the way it always has been. It's just in these 50 states. Oh my God. All right, that's it. I can't. This dude can't keep his mic off. It's just in these 50 states that they did this shit. I think this was already in Canada because that's originally where the Iroquois Confederacy started. I mean, the name Iroquois, it means in French, it means black snake. So we started there. So the truth probably lies there. And when they got here is where they kept the shit away. They didn't want you to keep that Aboriginal title. Aboriginal is a more powerful title than Indian. Indian was created. It was a created identity.
So are you saying that negotiated that?
It consisted of them letting the white people be Indian, that octorooned out by using that Aboriginal blood.
Right.
So Sister Bethy,
if you could give me a second, that was applied terminology that they seen where they messed up once. And just off of what I'm seeing, Canada on their side showed that these people had Aboriginal people of the land. Whereas in the Americas, they didn't want to say none of that. They just kept it very simple. So for them to move forward, they're showing their hand that, oh, well, we messed up this time. We're gonna be inclusive. Ain't that the word, inclusive? to the people that we actually know here at this point, because all of these people came from the same place.
Okay, can I say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that the removal of the word Aboriginal must have come later, because if you look at that letter that Sister Bessie showed with George Washington, he referred to the people as Aboriginals.
Period.
So this is during,
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, he did. So we were called Aboriginals here at one point, but at some
Correct.
point they cooked the books, rewrote history, and they're telling us now that we're black. But we're
Correct.
the Aboriginal also.
Right.
Correct.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, right, and I think it's important for us to also keep in mind how the government or whoever uses these terms, because as y'all are talking, I'm listening, and I keep having like election time run through my head. They're always talking about disenfranchised black voters or black people, and it seems like they're talking about people who didn't give up their right and don't vote, because it seems like that's what it's about. Is that a correct conclusion, or am I off?
But
Yes,
but
and they
we
want you
keep
to
having the
vote.
discussion of voting. So, Sister Bethy, are you suggesting, and I've said this already before, that the Iroquois Confederacy negotiated as turncoats into the Constitution, Indian not tax as opposed to Aboriginal in documentation?
I would, I have to do further research, but I'm almost gearing towards yes, because if you want to keep it with the people that look like you, why wouldn't you do that?
So then, as I tried to do yesterday, we already know the Iroquois Confederacy, as you said yourself, goes north of the Canadian border. Is an Algonquin language confederacy of tribes. So we'd also have to identify who the tribes were under the Iroquois, named by the French, because that is a French word, right? To call them black snakes, right?
I don't think we have to. That's going too far back.
Exactly.
No. Hear what I'm saying to her, because this is the point. That founding document, the Constitution, is literally the be all, the end all to all of this. So as she's pointing out, in Canada, they didn't go from Aboriginal to Indian. As a matter of fact, they're now pushing Indigenous and First Peoples. That was part of the Pope denouncing the doctrine of discovery.
So
may Aboriginal status.
May I propose something? An argument then?
May I land my plane, sir? As I was referencing to Queen Mother. The Aboriginal status is within the Iroquois Confederacy north of the Canadian border. Do you see what I'm saying, Sister Bethy?
But also you have to remember, in here they're using Indian and Aboriginal interchangeably.
That's correct. That is correct.
That would go the same here as well.
Exactly.
And
but we keep having Indian references, as in the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1866 and 1968.
I guess that's what they settled for, because Aboriginal is just very powerful, like Chief Holiday said.
You can't give people credit to them already being here.
If you say Indian, it's okay, because white folks are Indians now. But if you say Aboriginal, how so? It's family originated from Germany, France, Russia, all these other countries. So
if I'm following this conversation correctly now at this point, because I think I'm a little, then I would say this sounds like this is just a matter of estate building. Why don't we building estates?
That's good.
That's not the topic. I basically say get a job, do that.
But you can still build an estate with a job. That's not what an estate is.
Yeah, I know what an estate is, sir.
I know, but
I don't know why they're not building it. But
if I may,
the topic is enfranchisement, and that's where I want to stay.
I stated earlier that what the young man said.
Well, let me clarify. Sister Bethy, I was proposing that as a solution to what we're calling disenfranchisement. That's why I brought it up.
That's what I brought up.
I'm saying that as opposed to being considered disenfranchised, maybe the way to combat that is through estate building. That's why I mentioned.
That would be nice.
Exactly. Yeah, it's called Who You Trust.
According to these people, it looks like that's kind of what you want to be in some weird way, is disenfranchised. Because, and I
That's what he
know,
sounds like.
yeah,
Yeah.
because if you look at how they're using it here in the United States, I'm going to bring it back to voting. And the reason why I'm bringing it back to voting is because that is what they call enfranchisement, is being able to vote. And that's all it's talking about. And it's really funny when you talk about
Their privileges, supposedly.
right? And then when you talk about disenfranchisement, it's talking about all these different other things. But then when you're talking about enfranchisement, it only specifically speaks to voting. So what I'm asking and what I'm saying is, maybe that voting thing is a clue on how this has happened to us and how we can get out of it. And I don't know. I don't have no answers, but it seems like there's a connection.
It is.
That's very true.
Sister Bethy.
I just want to put this. I want to put this in perspective.
Hang on 1 second, honey.
Yes, ma'am.
That is true about the voting, and Dane lectured on that. If anybody remember, he gave the lecture about how we lost our shit because we fucked up and voted. He was very clear.
Exactly.
That's true.
So Sister Bethy,
but
on enfranchisement.
Hang on. Smoke was trying to say something. Then you got it, brother.
So I really want to land this really, really solidly. For you to be enfranchised, you had to surrender to the powers that be. Disenfranchisement, by Black's Law Dictionary, you have no right. Okay? You have no right. It's not just voting. You have no right on employment. You couldn't even be a slave. You couldn't be an indentured servant. You had nothing. They left you behind. That's where the hustle mentality came from.
You trust
Get it
in
on
yourself.
your own. Build your own business. Seriously, hold on. Let me finish this. Because you were given the privilege of gaining full citizenship as long as you assimilated into society. If you didn't assimilate, you became disenfranchised, so you couldn't vote or be employed. I hope everybody, that's just Black's Law.
So, Sister Bethy, what my question was, in a sense, the way he said it, but this way, who are the uncivilized tribes? And since we only reference 5 of them, which I don't ever see that referenced in Canada, they never make a reference to civilized tribes, right?
Correct.
So the enfranchisement is a gateway for all, quote unquote, tribal nations and peoples, or what do they refer to as a band? What does it say exactly there? Individuals or entire bands could enfranchise. The uncivilized tribes, in regards to this, do not fall under this jurisdiction and are not enfranchised. They are neither disenfranchised because they exist unto themselves. And I would argue this is where we end up with the Bloody Summer in 1919, the Black Wall Streets, the actual domestic terrorism that attacked hundreds of us through the Roaring 20s because we were enfranchised amongst ourselves in our own government, in our own communities. That's what I would do. Now, I don't know what happened across the northern border in the alleged Aboriginal tribal nation, because we still don't seem to understand who are the authentic Aboriginals, as opposed to they're showing us these Native Americans that have been enfranchised, right?
You have to go with the information we have and the comparisons of what other colonial countries have done. And it's not so much that we use basing our facts, Marigold, on primarily on the European. It's more so to compare and contrast, and you can really figure out where the truth lies. It's very clear and obvious who the uncivilized tribes are. They are the people that do not follow the law of these states. That would be Pookie Ray Ray. The only reason why you get arrested is because you're breaking the law. Therefore, you're uncivilized. So if Pookie Ray Ray, Kakrisha, Sharkeisha, and them are breaking the laws of these states, they are the uncivilized tribes.
Correct.
So that would be our hoods.
Correct.
So, Sister Bethy, are you personally, because with your tribe, are you for enfranchisement, or is it that we should not be trying to enfranchise?
I'm for us living a decent life, living on our lands, and leaving things for our children in the future. I'm not into warring with governments and other people. I'm into just doing what's right to stay alive and not be fucked with. As long as we're doing things right in our land and that we purchased, and we're doing rightful things, nobody's gonna fuck with you. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know if someone's gonna come and drop a bomb on our land in South Carolina while we're enjoying ourselves. But I can't keep living on what happened back during Black Wall Street. You got to move forward. But some people literally fucking are living that life like they were actually there. And they just weren't. Yes, it was a horrible story and it was a horrible time in our life. But damn, can we just do something? Well, we'll have to find out if somebody's going to drop a bomb on us. We won't never know unless we start getting shit popping.
And I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Can I land?
I believe in us establishing our own.
Before I leave,
we should, because everybody else has established their own except us. Every foreigner that steps on this soil either opens a business or they're working for corporations that are foreign corporations. They're coming over here and working the foreign corporation's business. Gas station is one of the biggest things. They come over here to say, hey, look, I'm going to send you to America. I want you to oversee our gas station in America. So we're not doing that until we begin to open our own businesses and work like we used to. Then we should just silence our fucking selves if we ain't going to do nothing. I hate talking about shit. I do. And just not taking no action.
Right. I agree.
Can I speak before I get ready to leave and tend to the children? Sister Bethy, you did a great job. This is a great panel. So let me lead and land my mothership here. And this is what I want us all to think about, because I'm 52 years old. And Sister Bethy brought up this topic of disenfranchising. And you got to study that word and know the is it adjective or verb or noun or this, that, and the other. It's a sign.
It's N-E-N, enfranchisement.
Enfranchisement. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to purple it.
Yeah, disenfranchisement is what they did to Black Wall Street. This is enfranchisement.
Yeah, enfranchisement.
Basically saying, come and be a part of our society and dwell amongst us and live like we live and take on our customs. That's what enfranchisement basically is.
Yes, thank you.
You can't come in here being who you were. Just come on in and join us, basically.
But that doesn't. Let me ask you.
Enfranchisement mean I'm tearing all your shit down and
thank you. It doesn't mean that you're saying that you aren't the Aboriginal's land. It's just you operating in this format. You know what I'm saying? But you need to know how you need to operate, because there's rules and regulations.
There's no African Americans over here.
No, so we're not African American.
This doesn't have a question everything. This doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with
No, absolutely not.
So, what I'm suggesting to your ass is take your fucking ass over to QueBudda's channel, because they desperately need somebody to watch their channel, because nobody will watch that shit. Or go over to Say Netta's channel. You're not going to find shit about African Americans over here.
Not here.
So if he acts stupid, just zip his ass.
And it's fine. They're trying to discover themselves. But what I want to ask Sister Bethy is, as we rolled into this, what's the name, and this, that, and the other, my question to you is that is that I'm glad you on this movement, because a lot of people, even my son and daughter, I've been telling them, look, we are functioning in a credit system. We're functioning in a system to where as though, you know what I mean, we're dealing with the topic that you're talking about. And if you're going to function in it, you need to know that there's two parts of it. And I'm glad that the sisters talking and all the other brothers are talking about this, because they need to know, as Americans, how and Aboriginals, how we are to conduct ourselves with the United States. And I land my floor there.
Well, I would like,
y'all be great.
Peace, bro. Well, just based on this information, I'm gonna say that I think trying to enfranchise would be a mistake. I think it would be repeating the mistakes of the people that came before us. Because it's based on this word, and we know how they like to use words. I wouldn't even want to get entangled with trying to differentiate between the two. I would just leave it alone, in my opinion.
Well, we contract every day. And we contract, you get an apartment, you get a house, you need your signature. You need to understand what you're signing, how you're signing it, you know. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I know.
Sister Bethy, do you see Jeremiah Meyer's comment about the 3 categories of Aboriginal people in Canada?
No, I haven't, but I'm really tired. I've been on here 4 hours. I'm ready to go. I don't need to be on with you that long. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow to go back into this, because this is something that I'm not going to let go. It's something that we can work on. And I think it really educates us. You need to look in other countries and see what they've done as for colonization. I chose Canada, which happens to be part of North America. So that's how I research. I'm not saying it's the exact same thing, but I'm saying, wow, this looks very familiar, or at least feels that way based on what I've been reading about our past history. That's all. I just use it as a comparison. That's how you're supposed to research. So with that being said, man, I'm tired, y'all, and I'm just up out of here.
Thanks for the time, Sister Bethy. You have a good evening.
Yeah. Conscious.
Thank you, Sister Bethy.
Yeah. Thank you for joining me.
Alright, so far where I come from.
It's the straight smoke. Could y'all?
I sit and wonder about.
It's this and straight smoke. Stay in the back for me, please. For a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.